We are back at it, chat. So I was going to explore the forest area, the areas we missed, right? The side areas that we didn't do, and I was going to explore the nightmare, well, the side content we didn't do off stream because I figured it'd be boring. And the second I started exploring, I found some wacky underground area with some crazy sea giant. So I immediately ran away and logged off so I wouldn't do it off stream. But I wanted to do all that exploring and then I had to just instantly stop because I ran into whatever the fuck this is. Seaborn, yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, this is poison. What the fuck? Chat, literally the first thing I found, by the way. Just 5 seconds of exploring and this is what I ran into. How am I gonna do this with the poison? I want to fight them, but I also don't want to get poisoned here. Why is this poisonous? Chat, is this bullying? I feel like this is bullying. I swear I want to fight them, but those ones are out in the poison, and this guy is just chilling. Motherfucker! You try to be nice. Okay, this fucking guy. Fucking wildlife protector over here. I wonder if these are the guys in the cathedral ward, but without the equipment and stuff. Same loot. Okay, there's a door there. Get up there. Let me wear my anti-poison stuff. Which set was that? I think it was the church set, weirdly. Yeah. I wonder if there's a hint in the lore why the church set has so much anti-poison. Nice touch in this game, and other Souls games, even Elden Ring, which is obviously newer. If you change your resistance, the new resistance you gained has to regen. You don't automatically get it, where this game doesn't do that. Well, that's a church guy, looks like. Kind of. Hard to tell.
Hello!
Hello! You coming? Maybe not. Well, so much for fighting those guys. Ladder. Wait a minute. Poison wear off. So, chat, I realized something. Because this game doesn't have a equip load, you can just equip a second weapon. This is actually amazing. And I actually think the Souls games need to adopt this, and I don't even know why they don't. Now, there needs to be a limit to it, right? But I think having a second weapon that you can just switch to is totally fine. And having it, it should only affect your equip load if it's active. Whichever one is active should affect your equip load, right? But yeah, this game just lets you wear whatever. But yeah, I think being able to have a second weapon is it's just gonna be more fun. I think that's just better to let people play that way. Also, I would cut down on some of the trial and error bullshit that's in these games, because a lot of encounters really man, you really need a piercing weapon here, or you really need a wide arcing weapon here, etc, etc. And if you have 2 weapons equipped, you can cover more bases. So I think that would just be better for the series. Alright, let me fix my drip. Is there a bottomless box in this game? Because some of this stuff I really don't need to keep in my inventory because I'm never going to use it. Makes switching around faster. I should probably stick with this weapon for now, though, because this one's not as plussed up. But yeah, I want to use the axe more again. Yes, okay, I'll have to find that. Every blood has its born. I wonder if this is going to lead to a whole nother area. But because I found this so quickly, I haven't done any of the Hunter's Dream? Wait, no. What was it called? The Nightmare Frontier. That's the one. But yeah, I haven't explored any of the side content there. And before we pop out in the Cathedral Ward. Oh my god, this is the starting area. I recognize, yeah, this loot by the gate. Well, now. That loot was fucking trash, though. They like, draw your attention to over here with that, and it's garbage. Back in the tutorial, boys. Go. Let me look around real quick. I'm not missing. I am. Okay. I'm so disappointed in that loot, though. I wanted an armor set or a weapon. It was such a, it's like that's the loot I was thinking about since the start of the game, essentially, so you could have made it something better. Oh my god. So there was Cthulhu stuff in here all along, huh? Is that the one that drains inside? Why is he so tanky? Woo, that R2 though. Doesn't like piercing damage, apparently. He's probably resistant to slash. Nice well, guys. Play sanitary. Not an issue if you don't have a brain. Pretty cool. Dumbass bird. I hate how loud they are. It's actually super obnoxious. They're not even attacking in the right direction, idiot. Okay, we got a building here. I wonder if this will lead to a boss, because going back to the... Oh, this is the clinic. This cannot end well. Well, this definitely makes me... Oh my god. Yeah, that lady is so sus. Like, they wouldn't let you in here if she wasn't up to trouble, right? Okay. So, chat. Speaking of this clinic, because I wanted to play some Bloodborne, but I wasn't able to stream, right? I made a new character, right? I made a Dex character. Or skill, but, you know, Dex. And, I'm really confused. If you talk to the lady at this clinic at, like, the very start of the game, she acts completely differently. Like, she doesn't want you to send people here. And she's like, no, you gotta keep it sanitary. You know, you gotta stay out to protect the patients. She's, like, really normal and, like, reasonable. So I'm super confused. It's like, yeah, this character, I didn't talk to the clinic for quite a while. And then, you know, she's obviously sus as fuck. There's a reason for that? Yeah, I imagine there's a reason for that, but I'm super fucking confused. I wonder if she got, like, brain controlled or something. I mean, the fact that isn't this guy already dead? I'm pretty sure I just visceral attacked a dead guy. Beast. Uh-oh. fuck? Union. So I guess she's been experimenting on people. So I guess these were humans. Well, maybe either they were humans and she's doing that to them, or she's somehow gotten a hold of these and experimenting on these things.
Ah, moonlit scents. How did you worm your way in here? Very unfortunate. I had such high hopes for you. Well, I won't make any excuses. Would you mind leaving us alone? Things need not change. You'll do the rescuing, and I'll do the saving.
Saving.
But if you refuse to leave... Oh well. I've always wanted to try my hand on a hunter.
Awfully confident in your abilities there, lady. Mm-hmm. So there's still that door at the start we haven't gone through.
This won't hurt a bit. I'll snap you right.
She's got... Oh, God, it's an NPC fight. These are always so great. And by great, I mean fucking terrible. Not the first time I've seen that. I think it was Bergenworth. That one NPC had that. Good shot. Like, good aim. Motherfucker.
Stay still. This won't hurt a bit. I'll snap you right as rain. Just die. Stop that.
Chat, she's popular, isn't she? Nah. She's still healing. Not really. Okay, now I'm just surprised. Nice hitbox. Bro. And before, she just has unlimited healing. How could that possibly have hit the door? That was the chop. Wow, that can riposte you. I feel like the NPC fights are just like designed to waste your time. They're kind of just awful. She's a doctor. Yeah, right. Ah, nothing in here. That kind of stuck. I'm sure you get some loot, though, if you just keep sending people to her. Wonder if being evil pays in this case. Kinda lame loot in here, though. Not even like an armor set or anything. Cainhurst summon. Blood vial. That's what that summon does. Rather bafflingly, it's addressed to you. Huh. Stagecoach leaves from Hemwick's Crossing. Was that the witch place? Okay, this is the very beginning of the game right here. Let's take a peek here. That should be this stone, maybe? That was all very strange. I do wonder now, because honestly, we didn't really get any loot for doing that, so killing her wasn't really worth it. But I wonder if we kept sending people to her, what we would have gotten. She gave us kind of good loot before. I mean, she's definitely, like, experimenting on people to make fucking brain people or something. That was pretty odd. Damn, look at this guy go. Pairing these guys is pretty annoying, to be honest. They attack so fast that, like, you basically have to guess. But then they have a few attacks that are slow. But like that one, you have to basically already just be shooting. Kinda shit, to be honest. These guys actually do remind me of Elden Ring, and that's not a good thing. Because, like, they have attacks that are, like, really slow that you need to react at a certain time to. But then they have a bunch of attacks that are so fucking fast that if you're not already doing something, it won't work, right? And that's just terrible design. Actually, I would say these guys are my least favorite enemy in the game because of that. Like, they're just designed like dog shit. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be worse. And so far, the enemy design really hasn't been that great in Elden Ring, in my opinion. Like, a lot of the enemies are just really boring, or they're cheap. There hasn't been a lot of middle ground. Hoping that changes, because I know Dark Souls 3 was made next, and I think Dark Souls 3 did a really good job with the enemies, so... Like, that just happens all of the time. Like, where the timing is so close when they hit you that it doesn't work. Also, like, something I when I was playing around on the new character I made, that, like, the rally system, I just don't think is very good. Like, because they do everything to de-incentivize you from using it. And I big time. Like, for example, these guys hit you, you go flying and you get knocked down. By the time you can do anything, the rally is over. Right? And a lot of the bosses are like that. Like the Flaming Dog and the Chalice dungeon, if he hits you with anything, you, like, fall over. And it's like, okay, now I can't use the rally. And then a lot of other enemies that may not knock you over will attack at a timing where if you start trying to use rally, you'll just get bit by their follow-up. And then if you wait to dodge the full combo or get out of the way, then the rally's over. So it's like, it almost never is useful. Which I kind of, it's like the mechanic in this game. So there's just like a lot of stuff like that where I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that just happens so often. Like, I'm still really liking Bloodborne, but it has a lot of flaws. Like, there's a lot of, like, things that are just not well balanced. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be that way. Oh. I wasn't expecting it to just play a cutscene. So could I have grabbed the invitation here, chat, and then just not killed her? Yes, makes sense. Later, idiot. How's my driving? I don't see why you need a guide for this. I mean, you read the note and it literally tells you where to go. And then a cutscene just starts. I was gonna say, if it's some, like, weird thing, I have to go to some really specific part of this zone and find some, like, hidden thing to interact with, then I'll be like, yeah, that's pretty fucked. But that was one of the easiest times I've ever had finding a zone in one of these games. Note says go here, you go here, there you go. You need to find the clinic? I wasn't that bad. I looked around for literally like 5 seconds and it was the first thing I found. Like just by a house. It was like the house where Patches was, I think, but there was a new NPC there. And there was just a path. Wasn't anything like secret at all. Damn, this is, well, rip the horses. This is a very painted world right now. So they've mentioned this castle Cainhurst many times, and people like seem to really dislike the people that lived here. They have some kind of blood that they think is like blasphemy to the healing church blood or whatever. Thing is, I wouldn't have missed it though, because like how do I explain this? And I don't understand how do people like play these games with blinders on? Because as I stumbled upon the boss fight, I was aware that there was so much of the forest I hadn't done yet. Like, there's no world where I wouldn't have found that. I'm not gonna, like, go through a zone, know I missed, like, 80% of it, and be like, well, I beat the boss, just gonna never come back now. It's like, no. It's like, same with the nightmare place. You know I missed loads of stuff. I never went to that lower area, you know. So I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna see what, what that is. Like, the stuff that's missable is stuff like, the path is obtuse. Right? It's not a matter of just like exploring the area to like the natural conclusion. It's just like, hey, you have to do this incredibly dumb specific thing. I mean, the forest is absolutely confusing, 100%, but I was still very aware that there was just lots of, stuff I hadn't done. And there's still stuff I haven't done yet, because that was like the first thing I found. Yeah, I just started at the beginning of the level and started looking around, and then that was like the first thing I stumbled upon. So I still have to go back and do more of it. Which actually makes me kind of pissed because I don't like it there. That is disgusting. Oh, great, there's more than one. Like how he just kept on attacking there. Ugh. You know, I would expect them to drop blood because they look like mosquitoes or something. Very, strange. Like, why are there this many statues? Be expected. Oh, I should use my soul. If I drop those, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh yeah, and there was that NPC looking for Castle Cainhurst. I wonder if I could talk to him and tell him about this place.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me.
We can now use the cannon.
Farewell.
Oh my god. I wonder how this is gonna go. It's not as big as the Elden Ring one. Can't put blood gems in it. That's kind of lame. I like how this is Blood Tinged Gemstone 2, and this is Blood Tinged Gemstone 3, but they have the exact same stats. Was this like a low roll, high roll situation here? Damn it, I don't have the mats to upgrade the, Hunter's Axe. What do you think is the most hidden area in FromSoft ever? I'm not necessarily Ash Lake. Ash Lake is pretty hidden, but, like, my friend Tusk found it on his first playthrough, having never played a Souls game, because he was just like, the loot here is so bad, like, maybe there's a hidden wall, and then it's like, oh, the loot is still bad, because there's a hidden wall, right? Let's see. Like, Ash Lake is up there, but I don't think it's necessarily the most. The dragon place in Dark Souls 3 I mean, you know, there's other NPCs doing the emote, right? There's like corpses doing the emote. That it's kind of easy to not think to go back there. So here's an example. In Elden Ring, I found the emote locked area, but that was really easy because when you pick up the emote, it's obviously really important, right? The way it's placed. And then it's later that you run into the place that you need it. Like, it's on a linear path from where you pick the emote up where you use it, right? In Dark Souls 3, you have to go backwards, right? You get the emote, and then if you wanted to find where to use it, you have to backtrack, right? You don't have to do that in Elden Ring to use the Oh Mother emote, right? So I think Oh Mother was way easier than the Dark Souls 3 one. So I'd say that's up there. What else is there? Dark Souls 2. I don't remember anything too crazy in Dark Souls 2, but I haven't played it in a while. Well, actually, I have played it, but I didn't, like, do every side thing. Yeah, I think the dragon area from Dark Souls 3 seems the most hidden to me, offhand. But then probably Ash Lake. And there could be something in this game, obviously. I don't know if I've found all the zones along the way so far. Let's see. Right, so that's physical damage reduction, max stam, max HP. Max vials plus 3, that's starting to be pretty useful. Oh, you can carry more, oh, you get bullets from doing a, like a backstab and stuff. That's interesting. If you're really wanting to use guns and stuff, that's really important, I think. I'm not against using that for the cannon. What do I need here the least? Probably the 3% damage reduction. Maybe I can buy twin shards. No, you can buy regular shards. Kind of sucks. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of Chalice dungeons we need to do. Oh, you know, there's other hidden areas in Dark Souls 1. There's getting back to the asylum. That's fairly hidden, I would say. Especially because like the crow animation doesn't start for a while. And because and I guess the Painted World, because the Painted World is, I guess, objectively harder than the asylum because you must go to the asylum to go to the Painted World. So yeah, that is pretty easy to miss. I've got a decent amount of bullets. Can you buy that bone marrow ash? It's probably good with the cannon. Yeah, fuck it, I'll buy those. More damage it does, the better I guess the bone marrow would be. Kind of expensive though. Be best for boss fights. Oh, what's this? Eye of a Blood Drunk Hunt. Oh, is that the DLC? Because I bought the DLC finally. Let me read that. You can buy the Nightmare. Doesn't sound great. Oh, and then with this thing, on the new character I made, I actually found another one of these. Not these, but I found another one of the things trying to grab you. I didn't let it grab me. And I have a feeling it happened on this character. I just didn't notice. But, in like the Cathedral Ward, where you pick up the Hunter set, if you stand there, something tries to grab you. Just like the, that other nightmare area. But I didn't actually let it grab me because I figured it would have killed me, but I wonder if because I've got this, I wonder if that works there too. I kind of want to test that real quick. I can remember where it was. That's the DLC access item. Yeah, I kind of figured because it was just right there like that. We'll wait to go to the DLC until we've done most of the base game. Kind of sucks though, they forced you into New Game Plus. Oh, you know, while we're here.
Oh, hello. So I've only...
Nothing new. Let's see, where was it? It was wherever you get the regular Hunter set. Like off to the side somewhere. I'll see a corpse again. Oh. Yeah, I bet you that actually happened on this character and I just didn't notice. And before we just die. Oh shit!
Curse the fiends, their children too.
Who's talking?
And their children forever true.
Is that the same guy? I guess it's a different one. So I guess anytime you see one of these grab things, getting grabbed is good. Insight lets you see them clearly. This is the Cathedral Ward again. So this is like a nightmare version of the Cathedral Ward, I guess? So we could have come here a long time ago. Well, no, we needed the item from Patches, so I guess not. Oh, this is the DLC? Oh, fuck. Well, no, I'm not doing this now. Wait, how is this the DLC, though? Because that grab was there before I bought the DLC. Because, like, I bought that today. And I saw that grab last night on my new character. I'm confused. It used to only wait. Wasn't that confusing as fuck for people then? If it was if it used to just kill you, and then all of a sudden you need it for the DLC, it would kill you before. That's so strange. Yeah, why would anyone think to get grabbed there then? How do you get back? How do you get back? Yeah, that's a really fucked up way to get into a DLC. Dude, that's really dumb too, because I only found that because of my other character. If I'm not kidding. If I didn't make that second character, I would not have found that. Because, and again, if you go back to the VOD, I bet you when I picked that armor set up, I bet you that sound effect started playing and I was like, what the fuck was that? But I didn't see it. And I would not have remembered. So like, I would have never found the DLC naturally. Like, no way. Oh, Tombstone by the Insight Well. I wouldn't have found that either. That's probably one of the most fucked up DLC entrances of all time. Okay, guess we'll do this Cainhurst place. So much I need to do though. So those Amidala things, I guess there's more than one. They seem to be very good at teleporting people for some fucking reason. I mean, I have to try this out. That is just incredible, but it takes so much ammo. These enemies are super annoying. Okay. So, an issue I've had, though, with every Souls game, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, it's like the game doesn't even function when you're fighting multiple enemies because they never have a gap where you can attack them. Honestly, it's less of an issue in Dark Souls 2 because the enemies are so fucking bad in Dark Souls 2. It depends, though. Like, Dark Souls 2's DLC, it's definitely a thing. But like, it's just so, these games are so bad when you're fighting multiple mobs at once because you have to hit trade. Either that or you have to run away until you like spread them out, which, you know, that's just lame combat. It's because like the movesets are just designed to be like interfacing with you one-on-one and with very set like openings and stuff. And then if there's two of them, then you're not gonna have a situation where they're both vulnerable at the same time. I mean, like, look how easy that is when there's only one of them. Like, it's just nothing. But if there's two of them, it's just like, okay, you never get to swing now. Oh, here we go. I love how the lock-on just breaks the second I go to shoot. Man, that would have been so good. So far, not a fan of this anime because it's kind of just like it's just Elden Ring stuff. Like the attacks are really obtuse and they come out super crazy fast. You just have to memorize it. I've really noticed this though. Like it's like the standard in Souls games that it's really trial and error based, and it's the exception when it's not. I actually saw someone criticizing Souls the other day, and like he does not like Souls, and some of his points I don't agree with in the slightest. But he actually made some criticisms that I think are like really valid. And it's like a lot of the community kind of just copiums, it glosses over this stuff. But like he was saying, if you have a game like Ninja Gaiden, which I'm very familiar with, Devil May Cry, right? These are very skillful games that. There's a huge skill ceiling, right? And there's a lot to learn, but it is something you can learn, right? It is a skill. And so, for example, if you brought out a new boss in Devil May Cry 5 now, right? All these years later, you make a DLC for it, right? Or you made a DLC for Ninja Gaiden Black, right? That'd be crazy, but you did that. These players that are very, very, very skillful at it are probably going to beat that boss, in 1 or 2 tries because they've mastered the game, right? It's a skill thing. It's just like if you're a carpenter or a welder and someone brings up a new job to you, because you've become so skilled as a welder, you can do the fucking job, right? When you look at Radon in Elden Ring, the DLC Radon, it does not matter how skilled you are at these games, right? It doesn't matter. You are going to have to do the boss a bunch of times. And it's not because he's so hard. It's because it's designed to be incredibly trial and error, right? Like Radon is like the pinnacle of this, but it's in the whole fucking series where a lot of mechanics or move sets and stuff are just designed in a way where there's no skill in overcoming them. It's just trial and error. And I actually really dislike that about Souls games. A lot of things I love about Souls games, but the over-reliance on trial and error that I think is getting worse and worse as the games go on, I really don't like. And it's honestly just not good enemy design. It's actually kind of lazy. It's easier to make a moveset that you basically doesn't have fair tells on it, and you basically just have to, Simon says it. It's easier to make that than what you see in like Ninja Gaiden or something like that. How can there possibly be 2 of these right now with the way I aggroed that? Is he harder than Melania? What, you mean the DLC? Yeah, it's not even close. He's so much harder. Like, Melania and Elden Beast are just so fucking easy in comparison. Well, I think it's hard and easy. I just don't think is the right way of describing the way Elden Ring designs its enemies. There is a lot more trial and error in the final boss of the DLC than in Melania or Elden Beast. Like, so much more. Like, to such an extreme. I mean, you are just there, unless you're really over leveled, or you look it up, or you use a really, really broken build, you are never beating the final boss of the DLC in Elden Ring in 1 try. Like, it doesn't matter. You could be the most skilled player ever. Like, G9, I guarantee you, got fucking annihilated the first time he did the final DLC boss. Where a player of G9's caliber, right, or like Lobos Jr. or something like that, the equivalent of that in like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, they might lose to a new boss, that comes out, years later like that, once or twice, but they might not. And you might say, well, that's no fun, but the thing is, they deserve it because they're good, right? They're incredibly skilled. Because what Elden Ring is doing is it's forcing you to lose, essentially, right? With using this much trial and error, it is like arbitrarily making you lose. It's not like coming up with a really skillful challenge that you may not be skillful enough to overcome. And yeah, I just don't really like that about this series. Now, there's plenty of stuff I love about the series. I love all the customization. There are boss fights that I think find a healthier mix of trial and error and skill. Not everything is super trial and error based. You know, like the PvP, a lot of the unique stuff. The exploration is great. The you know, environments are great. The music is great. I can list off just a million reasons why I love these games. But I really do think they're like enemy design and stuff. The more like I've played these games, and the more I play other games, and just looked back at games like Ninja Gaiden and stuff, their enemy design is not very good in my opinion. It is ultimately just kind of arbitrary trial and error nonsense. Yeah, I mean, you can overlevel a lot of things in Elden Ring, but it's pretty hard to overlevel the final boss of the DLC. Like, I mean, you can do it. It kind of depends, right? So some people go into the DLC, because, okay, Elden Ring is a unique circumstance. I can't even think of another video game like this, so, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. But the base game had been out for 2 fucking years before a DLC for it came out. That is not normal, right? And Elden Ring was popular in all this, and it is so expansive. I think Elden Ring, out of all the Souls games, actually discourages you from making new characters more than every other game, because it's so long, it's so big, it takes so long to get like a character PvP ready or what have you. So a lot of people just played the one character, right? And then maybe they did New Game Plus a lot, and that kind of stuff. It's very, 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 very common that people that were really into Elden Ring have less characters, but are on high New Game Pluses, right? Very common. Very, very, very common. And that's fine. That's not even a criticism of the game. But so loads of people go into the DLC on like their level 200 character. That's a New Game Plus 3 or 4. That is just an unbelievably common occurrence for the Elden Ring DLC. And they knew that. FromSoft was very aware of that, right? That's why they added the Shadow Blessings and stuff like that. And so if you're on like New Game Plus 3, New Game Plus 4 or whatever, you really cannot overstat the final boss. Now, being max level will make it absolutely easier. I mean, no question. And you will beat it faster than otherwise, right? So let's say you're a level 700 character on New Game Plus 3, right? You are absolutely going to have an easier time with the final boss than if you were, let's say, level 120 on New Game, you know, Plus 1, right? But still, you're not gonna do it in one try unless you're using like a very specific build that counters the boss, or you've looked it up in advance or something like that, right? There's just not a chance. Like that boss is I can't think of anything else in the entire Souls series that is that trial and error as the final boss of the DLC, right? Like, just crazy amount of trial and error. And then I guess on the other side of that, I'd say a lot of Dark Souls 1 bosses aren't too trial and error-y. It depends. You know, there's some gimmick fights that are like, you know, Bed of Chaos that are incredibly trial and error. But a lot of the bosses, like Taurus Demon, you know, that you can absolutely intuitively dodge those movesets. Their telegraphs are completely fair and logical, right? And I think a lot of bosses in Dark Souls 3 were like that. And there's some bosses in Elden Ring like that. But anyway, I've just noticed, though, the more I've analyzed this series, they rely on trial and error too much. Like FromSoft does. They just straight up rely on way too much trial and error to make normal mobs, bosses, mini bosses hard. And I don't like it at all. Now, some people like trial and error, but I am not one of those people. You know, I don't mind it to an extent, and I've said this before, no matter what game it is, right? Trial and error will always affect the game. So let's say you have an attack chain, you have 3 attacks on a boss like this. Let's say I'm the boss, right? And so one of my boss attacks is this, you know, the 1, 2, 3. Now, if the boss is like, you know, designed well, or you give the player proper abilities, like you might see in Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden or something, where like they have a lot of skillful stuff on their side that affect things a lot. If the animations are, you know, done well, you could probably intuitively, you know, based on the travel time on the attack, dodge all 3 attacks the first time you see it, right? Might be a bit tricky, and maybe you thought he was only going to attack twice, and so you weren't really ready to dodge the 3rd one. You might get hit, but you could reasonably do it, right? If it's telegraphed well. However, trial and error, even if you suck, you're a bad player. You can't intuitively deal with these 3 attacks, right? That's loads of people. The trial and error is still going to come into play because now you've seen that combo is 3 attacks, not 2, not 4, not 1. So next time you see the attack come out, your brain is primed for the 3 attacks, right? So you're just sitting there waiting to dodge each attack. You're not sitting there, wait, is he attacking again? Is he not attacking again? There's no like indecisiveness there, right? The trial and error, be it Ninja Gaiden, you know, or Elden Ring or whatever, is a part of games. It's just not, it's not a necessity a lot of the time, though. If I think a well-designed game is made, you know, like Ninja Gaiden or something like that, you don't need the trial and error, but it'll still help you. Where in a lot of Souls games, it's like, yeah, the trial and error is the only fucking thing that matters here. Because, like, I'm sorry, man, the final boss of the DLC, that it is just pure trial and error. Like, how are you supposed to know where the fucking lasers land, right? And there's, like, all the delay attacks and when they arbitrarily actually, you know, fire off like a laser, that's just memorization. There's nothing else to it. And that's kind of what the Souls games have been doing that have kind of forced trial and error, is a lot of enemy attacks don't really have travel time, right? That's kind of the thing that has kind of made it super trial and error-y, is because it's not like you don't have like the swing going through the air and like, okay, I can, by the speed it's at, you know, I can kind of calculate when it's going to get to me and figure out when to dodge. It's a lot of just holding, oh, boom, right? I'm like, seriously, look at Margit, that overhead delay attack that Margit does. You know, you can put that in like an editing program and watch it frame by frame. It's ridiculous, right? Like, he holds it for such an insanely long amount of time in the air, and then when it finally starts attacking you, it's like 2 frames from the delay into the ground, right? You're not reacting to that, right? Like, that is, you just have to have seen it and memorized it, right? And I don't like that. And as that guy was criticizing the Souls games, they're using that to make you lose, to make it seem hard. But I don't really think that's hard. I mean, you're essentially playing Simon Says, right? And like, I don't give a fuck about that. And the series is getting more and more like that as time goes on, and it's because they're trying to maintain this reputation of being difficult. Also, this is a big one. This is really interesting to me, actually. So, Ninja Gaiden Black, right? Game I love. If you've truly mastered it, because that game is designed pretty fairly, and it is pretty, it's very hard, but it's very fair. Because it's kind of a set thing, the players that have been playing Ninja Gaiden Black, you know, for 10 years or whatever, they're so good at it that if you made a boss, right, you added it to the game, they would destroy it, even if they've never seen it, because they are so good at that game. It's a solved puzzle, right? Because it's an old game. And the thing about the Souls games is they're also old now. Now, the individual one might not be old, but the series is old. And because they're so similar to each other, it is a solved game, right? So if you got really, really, really good at Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, etc., the only way they can make a new game, right, Bloodborne 2 or whatever, and still, you know, make it really hard where you're dying and dying and dying and, you know, you're stuck and all this is so... They have to do cheap stuff. They have to, right? If Ninja Gaiden Black wanted to bring out a new boss and make it really, you know, difficult for the people that have been playing the game this whole time, they'd have to make it cheap. They couldn't make it fair because the people are so, it's solved. People are so good at it, they'll just fucking destroy it, right? And so that's kind of what's happening, I think, with the Souls series, is because the formula has been figured out and people know how iframe dodging works and they're so familiar with when to be greedy and not to be greedy and all that. You can't get players stuck on the people that have been playing anyway for a long time. You can't get them stuck on a boss if it's fair. They'll beat it, right? They'll beat it in 1 or 2 tries. So if you want them to be stuck on a boss, like, oh my god, this is so hard, you have to use cheap stuff. I mean, you literally have to. You will fucking destroy it. I mean, look at Bloodborne here, right? This is 30 frames per second, so it's harder for me to react to stuff. Half the time I've been playing this, I've got brain fog from not sleeping well enough. And I've one-shotted loads of the bosses in this game. And that's because those bosses are fairer, and I've played these games, so it's, you know, solved, right? And so that's what happens. It's like, you're just gonna one-shot a lot of the bosses. And so it's, to me, the answer to that is they need to mix things up. They need to do things more like Sekiro. They need to, you know, Armored Core, right? Because, yeah, Dark Souls is done. It is. I love these games, but the formula is pretty done. If they want to keep making these games, and one, I don't think it's the end of the world if they make Dragon Souls and the players that have been playing these games for 10 years are able to beat the bosses, you know, in just a few tries. That is not a big deal. I don't think that's a problem. But if you don't want that to happen, you have to make a Sekiro, right? That's very different, and there's new things to learn. There's new mechanics. It's a different formula, right? So yeah, it's either make a different formula or just accept the fact that the veterans are going to, you know, beat the bosses. But unfortunately, I think where the series is going is they're just like, oh, hey, if we do this bullshit trial and error stuff, no matter how good you are, you're going to die a bunch and you're going to have to, you know, get stuck on the boss. And I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of players are so fucking stupid, they don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between, like, Ninja Gaiden and a well-telegraphed boss, you know, versus, and the older Souls games and then the newer ones. They don't know the difference. They just know they're dying and it's like, oh man, this is so hard. And I think a lot of people, and sounds kind of insulting, but I don't mean it this way, but a lot of people, they're too dumb to know the difference, but they feel accomplished when they beat a boss in Elden Ring or whatever. And, you know, ultimately, you're just memorizing something. That's what you're memorizing something. You're not elite gamer. I don't stand by this. Anybody, well, maybe not anybody, because some people really are mentally handicapped, but just about anybody can beat every single Souls game through pure memorization. All of them, right? You can beat every goddamn thing in all these games by just taking advantage of the RPG aspects and memorizing them, right? So it's not some elite, oh my god, I'm such an Omega gamer. And I feel like the Souls community definitely has a problem of these people that just think these are the hardest games ever. And that if I beat them, I'm just such a pro gamer. These games are not that hard. They're just a lot of fucking trial and error. Like that, these games are not nearly as hard as fucking like, again, Ninja Gaiden and stuff like that. I can think of so many games that are fucking harder than these. And here's a good example. A lot of the games like Ninja Gaiden, a lot of people will never beat. Like straight up, there's a lot of people that will just never beat Ninja Gaiden. It's just not gonna happen. Basically, everybody beats Souls games if they want to, because again, it's trial and error. It's not actually that skillful. Now, that's not a bad thing. I don't think games need to be the super elite skillful. Oh my god, I have to be MLG gamer. I don't think that's needed at all. I'm okay with the Souls games being very beatable by everybody. That's totally fine. But I just don't like the community that's built around it. That's all, oh my god, this is so hard and blah, 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 blah. Because that makes FromSoft makes them make bosses like the final boss of the Elden Ring DLC, right? It makes them do that to try to live up to that legend, if you will. And it's just garbage. It's fucking stupid. Okay, I don't want to fight both of these guys at the same time, so I'm going to shoot a goddamn cannon. I need to try that bone marrow out and see how much damage that adds. And yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I don't think it's a flaw that the games reward persistence. I don't at all. I don't think that's a problem at all. The problem is the way the player base, you know, they don't really see that, right? They don't see that it's trial and error and rewarding persistence. And they build up this like legend around it about being the hardest games and the most skillful games. And then so FromSoft is like, oh, we got to make the bosses, you know, stupid hard. So, you know, that's the problem. Yeah, I don't think there's actually an issue with the games rewarding persistence and that kind of thing. And like I said, you don't need to do the cheap stuff that like Elden Ring does in order to reward persistence, right? So bosses with fair telegraphing and like travel time on their attacks and stuff still reward persistence. A lot of people, loads of gamers, they don't even know the difference between an attack that's properly telegraphed and one that's not, because they have to memorize them either way, right? Because they're not going to react. A lot of people mash. A lot of people aren't sitting there being analytical and being like, okay, I should be aggro now. I should be defensive now. Oh, that's the travel time, so I should react here. They're not being critical like that, right? They're just going to memorize it one way or the other, right? So regardless if the boss is telegraphed or not, it's going to be designed in a way that you can generally beat it with persistence, you know, especially because Souls have leveling up and all these RPG aspects, and that's fine. I actually love that about Souls games, how you can, if you're really skilled and methodical and paying attention, you can beat them at level 1, right? But also anybody can beat them at level 200 or whatever. That's fine. That's great. That doesn't upset me, right? What upsets me is the games are becoming more overly reliant on cheap bullshit, right? Like that blatantly, especially as I've gone back and played the other games, it's really obvious how they're increasing the amount of like cheap bullshit that they're doing. Okay, so I guess I used one of these. Wait, can I fire the cannon with only 5 ammo? I bet you I can. Okay, use this. Fuck, I can't shoot it. Look, it's glowing because I used the thing, but I don't have enough ammo. I guess you have to have, fuck. God damn it, dude. Maybe I can, get a visceral attack on this guy and get ammo back. Well, hopefully that buff lasts forever. Really? Thankfully this guy's not very aware. What do you mean that's not a visceral attack? Is this like the giant ant queen? in Dark Souls 2, where they don't fight back. Well, fuck them. Maybe I'll find some ammo on the ground here. Nope. This is unfortunate. It wore off. The buff doesn't last forever. Man, I wasted a blood vial on that and everything. Angie. But yeah, I really do want to stress this, like, that I actually should have reacted to that video I'm talking about where the guy was criticizing the series, because he hates these games, but he's not an idiot. And it's kind of funny because all the comments are people just discounting his opinion and not engaging with his arguments and just calling him a hater and blah 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 blah. But he made very intelligent, well thought out criticisms of the Souls series, and a lot of them were valid as fuck. Now, a lot of them were subjective and things that I don't mind so much, right? A lot of his criticisms of these games, I'm like, yeah, that's valid, but it's not that big of a deal to me. And you could tell they were a big deal to him, and that's fine. But most of the Souls community, name of the video, I don't actually know. I'll have to find it again. But yeah, basically, this guy does not like these games, right? He really, really doesn't like them, but he does understand them. And again, he made very, 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 very good point. Let me try see if I can find it. I could probably check my YouTube history. And again, I don't agree with every criticism he made, you know, and subjectively, I actually disagree with him massively, right? I disagree with him massively. But I do think it was interesting to watch a video from somebody that just truly doesn't like these games and see their perception on it. Let's see here. Fuck. Okay, not finding it here. The guy cheesing Rolana, though. Okay, I think this might be it. Yep, this is it. It's a very long video, though, and he takes too long to get to the point. Like, it takes him a good, like, 7 minutes to get to his real criticisms of the game. But yeah, if you want to watch it, it's right there. What's interesting, though, is just how dumb I think the community reaction to the video is. Again, I don't agree with, like, half of what he says in that video, but I agree with about half of what he says in that video. And most of it I still think is a pretty fair criticism, but all the comments are people that are just like, oh, you're stupid. Alright, let's see here. I'm not too tired today. I slept alright, so I'm not feeling the brain fog right now, which is nice. What? I can tell though in that video, like that guy has had lots of a lot of bad run-ins with the Souls community, and that's part of why he's so angry about it. Okay. Although I gotta say again, I love Souls games ultimately, you know, I play them all the time, but I actually do think the community's terrible. It's like he says that, and I agree with him on that. I think the community's so bad. Like, they have their heads up their ass. Most of them are too stupid to even know the difference between trial and error and skill. And they're just constantly... Anytime someone criticizes these games, people act like they're these holy grail of video games, and there's nothing wrong with them. That's so bullshit. Right, yeah, I think the community's super elitist. I think they're fucking on copium. And, like, anytime anyone just says anything negative about these games, people just, like, have to defend its honor, right? It's a video game. It doesn't have any fucking honor. Now, mind you, that's the vocal community. Most people that play these games, they just play them and they don't, you know, they don't say a damn thing, and, you know, it's fine. But, yeah, the vocal community for these games, I think, is terrible. I mean, they're always backseating. Like, dude, I watch loads of people stream these games. A lot of times when I'm chilling off stream, you know, if I'm, you know, maybe doing something, you know, but I'll have a stream up on my second monitor or whatever. Like, oh, I watch people play these games all the time, right? And holy fuck, the stream chats are always terrible. They spoil everything. They nitpick everything, right? Like, they don't let anybody come to their own opinions about anything. They're like trying to force every streamer to come to the air quotes right conclusion, right? It is so fucking obnoxious. So these mobs remind me of New Londo, like the ghosts with the daggers. Except these are wearing, like, you know, proper dresses and stuff. They're like, nobles, I guess. I'm gonna look around here, though, and see if I'm about to get ambushed. I wonder if these were, like, servants or something. Interesting. This is a really intriguing zone. And see, that's where Souls games, I think, win almost better than anything, right? They're so good at the world building and just the lore and the exploration and stuff. I think Elden Ring's exploration is kind of bad. Oh my god, that's an Armored Core reference. It's also a real weapon, actually. Rider Palash is like a legendary sword in some old tale or something like that. But that is definitely an Armored Core reference. The Rider Palash is the mech of Windy and Armored Core for Answer, who was a really, really popular character. Wielded by the Knights of Cainhurst, combines an elegant knight sword, the peculiar firearm. Interesting. Wow, you need blood tinge, I guess. That kind of sucks. Then I can't check it out. But yeah, that is definitely an Armored Core reference. Gun sword, yeah, that's what it sounded like. I'll have to make a character that can use that. I'm curious. Wait, how does that work? Do you get a gun in your main hand with that? Wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute, chat. Does that mean you can parry with your the right hand? Because if you can parry with the right hand, that means you can shoot them with the cannon with your left hand. I'm just saying, right? Like, if you wanted to get an opportunity to shoot them with the cannon, that's a good way to do it. Man, I need a way to have more bullets. I bet you there's a communion that you can do to have more bullets, so you can use the cannon more. Shit, I just realized I could probably visceral attack these guys to get ammo. Chat, is that in poor taste? Chat. I'm just saying, that is a way to get some ammo back. So technically, if you're good at parrying, you can use one bullet to parry them, and you get 2 bullets back from the visceral attack. But you have to not, and that's only a 1 bullet net gain. I mean, it does work. Okay, I now have enough ammo to shoot the cannon, so I can figure out how much damage. Do I save it though? Maybe I should save it for like an enemy that would actually be useful. But I do kind of just want to see the damage if I do bone marrow and blast someone with the cannon. Oh, hey, there's some bullets. Woo! Okay, I see what we're doing here. Chad, I have to know. $810. Not bad. Chad, I think she died. What do you think? She is no longer with us. Look at them getting aggro, and I spared you. Come on. Damn it. Double damn it. You kind of have to shoot before the attack. So I see though that you can take bullets. Oh, you're only allowed to have the 5, damn. But you can take bullets and then get rally back if there's an enemy nearby. And I guess you could use the communion thing where you get health back from doing a visceral attack. That's another way to kind of maintain bullet. So, because the problem is you're using blood vials to heal yourself. Damn it. Motherfucker. That attack is so fast, you have to already be shooting. So far, these enemies are so easy that I know they're setting me up. I need to be checking for mimics. My god, I don't know why I'm not checking. Dude, Elden Ring is noble dress. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna wear that on a guy character. I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised that's in the game, though. It's so not like what the hunters are normally wearing here. They haven't had a lot of, like, sets like that. It's all been very, you know, hunter stuff. Wear it. I'll show it. But yeah, I'm not gonna wear that on a male character. It's not gonna. Oh my god. That's funny. Wonder what it does. Yeah, the nobles of the old bloodline. Oh, this looks like what the one lady's wearing. In the cathedral ward. So I'm getting the vibe that nobody liked these people for one reason or another, and it has to do with this other blood that they use, right? And something really bad happened here, thus all the crying and whatnot. Before I go going off that way, let me look around here. The question is, were they actually evil or not? Like, were they framed, you know, is it a bunch of bullshit? Or, I mean, it looks like there's bullshit no matter what, but then they might have also been evil. So we'll see. They, like, don't drop blood vials, though, so me wasting my blood vials has been kind of bad. I love how as soon as I have the rally mechanic, they start spamming attacks, so I would have to just back off and I would not be able to get the rally. That's like such a thing in this game. That's what I was saying earlier. The rally mechanic actually seems pretty mid in this game because so often, like, an enemy will hit you and literally, like, bosses especially, will hit you and knock you down. So by the time you stand up, you can't get the heal anymore. And most enemies do, like, chains that will punish you for trying to attack after getting hit. So, like, it really rarely comes into play at all. That was pretty good. Well, these guys apparently get aggro sometimes, so fuck them. Look, it's free bullets. Pretty nice. I've generated so many bullets from these visceral attacks, though. So I think what I need is blood vials because I've been wasting them doing stupid stuff. Yeah, I love this zone so far. Honestly, in terms of, like, aesthetic and everything, I've liked pretty much all the zones. I've liked most of them in terms of layout, except for, like, the forests were too confusing and repetitive. Oh, those weren't great. They look phenomenal, though, but... What's your favorite weapon so far? I mean, fashion-wise, the axe. Gameplay-wise, this bad boy. But a lot of the weapons I can't even wield to see if I'd like them. So other Souls games, if you can't use a weapon because of the stats, you can still look at the moveset, but this game doesn't let you do that. So like this Rider Palash I just got, I don't know what the hell it does. But I say, it's pretty obvious that was gonna be a fly. You look interesting. Nice hyper armor. Man, nothing drops blood vials here, though. Pretty rough. Good use of your wings there. Oh, they're wanting you to upgrade your weapon now. I still need twin shards though to catch up my my axe. It's not as upgraded as the sword. I wonder if these people were like vampires because of these bats and they called them vile bloods. I mean, kind of everyone's a vampire in this game though, the way they see blood. I haven't tried the saw spear yet. I want to try the like the rifle spear. That looked kind of cool on the NPC that used it. Oh, this is good crap. This ain't. There's gonna be ghosts spawning or something. Or he's just a ninja, you know, that too. Oh, hey, a blood vial. So, Kirkhammer, I want to like so bad. We used it for a bit. The thing I don't like... Okay, this is fine, right? Good old straight sword, no problem there. But the range... Okay, first off, this switch animation is just so goddamn slow. And for an animation that slow, the range is, like, too short, right? Like, this is so short range. Now, against bosses that you're going to be hugging their thighs anyway, right? It's not really a big deal. And if they're weak to blunt damage, it's going to be great. But against trash mobs where, like, zoning and spacing and everything is so important. Not great, chat. Not great. Yeah, honestly, one of the best movesets I've seen in the game so far is this. Like, just the range on this is so good. Now, the hitbox on this is so thin, it's kind of a problem. But, like, just having range and then, like, this nice spin move for crowd control is very strong. Very, very, very strong. Like, Kirkhammer could never. I wish it could, but... I love that you can carry 2 weapons in this game, though. And I'm actually shocked the Souls games have not adopted this. Like, only the active weapon should count towards your equip load. I would just... Oh, man, that would be so awesome in Souls games. What on earth could that be for? This is probably a really fun place to invade, except you barely can invade in Bloodborne, but, you know... Getting that ammo up. Honestly, the sword moveset's pretty good, too. I need to use that more. Like, the pokes are legit. Spinning like a Beyblade, yep. What the hell did that? It, like, marked so fast. I guess the lady there... I mean, they all look like the same... Yeah, okay, I guess those ones are different. The ones that are screaming. Let me just go over here real quick. Ladies, could you stop screeching? I'm just saying. So disrespectful. There's people out here trying to, like, read. Look at all these books, man. And they're out here screaming. Shortcut, perhaps? Maybe that one elevator we saw at the start that didn't work? You know, I really am getting lured into... Hey, Lucky. Yep, it is that one. Nice. But I really am getting lured into a false sense of security. So Elden Ring has no mimics. And so far, this game hasn't had any mimics or trap elevators or anything like that. So I'm starting to let my guard down. Did I go out there? I'm not sure I went out there. I don't see any loot. Why are there snakes? Or eel something. Looking like an eel. Like drill worm or some bullshit. Oh, there is loot down here. God, these hitboxes. Oh yeah, another thing that I think really arbitrarily adds trial and error to the series is enemy attacks that do and do not have hyper armor. There is almost never any logic to it. Like, there are so many, like, small enemies that will do an attack that just randomly gets hyper armor because they just want you to have to respect it. But there's no reason, when you first see it, there's just no reason to, like, think, oh yeah, that would have hyper armor. They're quite bad about that. Actually, I think that's somewhere where PvP is a lot better. Like, PvP is a lot more consistent about, you know, what has hyper armor and what doesn't. Now, some Ashes of War, that's not true. Some Ashes of War are pretty weird that have hyper armor or don't. All of that for a Blood Gem that is probably going to be replaced. God, I want to shoot everything with bone marrow cannon, but it's so inefficient on, like, the souls. You're, like, firing, like, 1,500 souls, I think, every time you do that. Because it's the bullet and the bone marrow. Let me go back real quick. I actually want to check, like, how much a bullet costs and a bone marrow. Okay. A bullet is 320. That's pretty brutal. And then the bone marrow is 1,800. You're shooting over 2,000 souls every time you do this. That is fucked up. That is so fucked up.
Welcome. What is... Very well.
I kind of want to start getting a little bit of health again. We'll do one of each. But I do want endurance.
Farewell.
It's nice to be able to actually swing. This zone is super intriguing, though. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of it. What's your favorite Bloodborne boss so far? Let me think. Probably the Shadows. What was it? Shadows of I don't remember their name. the three ring wraiths. They're pretty good. And I like Blood-Starved Beast because I fought it on my new character, so I fought it twice now. Except for, so I didn't even know this, chat. When I played it, you know, on this character, I beat it first try. And I didn't realize that fire, like, interacts with that boss. I just happened to be using fire because I wanted to kill the boss without dying because of the boss run back. So, and I had fire paper, right? And I had Molotov cocktails, so I used them. But apparently, and I learned this because when I played my second character, if you don't use fire, the boss just starts generating poison around itself constantly, which is just terrible, right? Like, that's just a horrible fucking mechanic. Right, I have no idea why they did that, but its moveset's okay, right? I enjoy the moveset, but yeah, the poison aspect is dumb. BB has a pretty fucked up mechanic where the prices of blood echo shot permanently increase after beating certain main story bosses. That is kind of whack, so you can, like, behoove yourself to, like, farm early and, like, stock up. That's not really a... Yeah, I wouldn't have done that if I were them. Does New Game Plus keep going with that? Because New Game Plus increases the... Because... If it doesn't, right, New Game Plus will just make it easier to get resources. But yeah, I think the trio boss with the ring wraiths, that's probably my favorite boss so far. And then I don't have an opinion about the vicar. What was her name? Vicar or something? Emily or something? Because on my my new character, I haven't fought her yet. And on this character, you know, we accidentally summoned an NPC that just stun-locked Amelia, okay. But anyway, we stun-locked the shit out of her, right, with that NPC with Kirkhammer. So I don't know what her, I have no idea. I could not tell you what her gameplay is. So I have no opinion about that one. So far, none of the bosses have been like super awesome, right? They're not terrible either, but there hasn't been anything like Champion Gundyr, or any of that. Like they have been on that level. Like Dark Souls 3, man, is so like tight mechanically with like, it's so much fun to fight bosses like Champion Gundyr and just get in there and, you know, dodge and, you know, and weave in your attacks. It's so good about that. There hasn't been a lot of that in this game. Although, to be honest, I have a feeling this game will be just so much better if they ever make it 60 frames per second. Like, I think part of why some of the attacks feel kind of Elden Ring-y, I think, is because of the frame rate. So it might, we'll see. I'm really curious if this game ever comes to PC or whatever. God, Madeira, I think Madeira is just my favorite boss fight, at least mechanically. If you bring in story and music, I can't pick at that point, right? You got Twin Princes and Pontiff and Gwen, and it's just, I don't know how the fuck you pick at that point. But for pure mechanics, yeah, I think Madeira is my favorite boss in the series. So good. I do love Champion Gundyr, though. He's got that one shoulder slide that's kind of bullshit. You know, kind of Elden Ring-y there, but that's the only thing. And like one trial and error move is not that big of a deal to me, so. And here's the really fair thing I would say about Gundyr, is his shoulder bash is bullshit, but it's not gonna one-shot you, like not even close, right? So you can learn it without it screwing your run, right? So it's not too big of a fight. I do love Dragon Slayer armor. The only beef I have with Dragon Slayer armor, and this is a beef I have with a lot of Dark Souls 3 bosses, is you kind of have to hold the game's hand, right? If you're just playing the game and leveling up, and maybe you do, you know, you invade some along the way, and you co-op along the way, you get extra souls and stuff, you can outstat like Dragon Slayer armor, Twin Princes, and Soul of Cinder really easily, right? And to the point where you'll kill them before you really see their moveset, and you don't have to respect their moveset because you're too tanky now, right? But if you do like Dragon Slayer armor, you know, and you're staying at, you know, maybe level 50, level 30 or whatever, then it's great. Dragon Slayer armor is great. I don't like, though, the butterflies. They're just stupid. They're just like a dumb, they're just dumb, right? You can't really watch the boss and watch the projectiles from them, so that just adds like a bullshit element to it that doesn't need to be there. So the trash mob version of Dragon Slayer armor is unironically better. Yeah, everybody has a moveset of Soul of Cinder they have a harder time with, but a lot of people don't have to interact with it very much because they kill them so fast. I actually think Soul of Cinder, if you don't overstat it, right, which is hard to accomplish, but if you don't overstat it, I think it's one of the best bosses they've ever made. And it's notoriously difficult if you have a low weapon upgrade, like you're +3, +0 or whatever, and you're like level 1, because of that. His moveset is ginormous. I mean, it's fucking massive. But yeah, he's amazing. Like, what a great boss. It's just almost everyone that plays that game for the first time overstats him on accident. Which really sucks. And that's a huge flaw of Dark Souls 3. I can't, you know, defend that. You know, they really did fuck up the balance on a lot of the final bosses. And it's because Dark Souls 3 is so linear up until Twin Princes, right? As soon as you get to Twin Princes, now you can go fight Osiris instead. And then you could fight Gundyr. And then you could go fight Nameless King, right? All of a sudden, there's just a lot more optional content. And so, if you go straight to Twin Princes and then straight to Soul of Cinder, it's fine. But if you go do all that other stuff, then it's not fine, right? And most people like to do the side content first, right? So, they just didn't balance it right. Man, you can't seem to really avoid that, mark they put on you there. Which I guess makes them go batshit crazy. So, I really wish normal enemies dropped more loot in this game. Not only because it's satisfying, but because, like, I want to get lore as I go through this zone. I don't understand why I'm taking damage. They're like, oh, there's some ranged enemy. Anyway, in Dark Souls games, in Elden Ring, you know, you can get loot as you go through a zone and start to piece together some of the context of that zone. Right now, a lot of times you'll need to do other zones to like fully get all the lore, but that's really nice. Where like, I'm not getting anything right now. I have no idea. Like, do these people, are they getting blood from some other outer god that's different than the church? Do they want human blood? Right? Like, what are they about that makes, you know, the church dislike them so much, right? But I don't fucking know. Like, they're not gonna drop their dagger, you know, they can't drop their shoes, you know, there's none of this nonsense. And then, like, the dress was in a treasure chest, but it didn't have any lore on it, so it's not really. There's definitely some budget, like, saving stuff in this game that I think is kind of hard to ignore. Again, I'm liking this game. I'm enjoying this way more than the Elden Ring DLC. But, like, all of the critical attacks are the same. Every riposte, every backstab is the same animation on every weapon. That is so lame. And that's to save money, right? You go, oh, but the lore. No, it's to save money, and they made the lore to justify that, right? Like, holy fuck. And there's a lot of stuff like that, right? There's so little armor, there's so little weapons, and everyone's like, oh, but the movesets are so big. No, they're not. Like, they're not. I'm sorry, they're not. This is literally, you know, the big boy axe from, like, Dark Souls 1, just combined with the normal axe, right? That's all it is, right? It's a little bit bigger because you've got, like, you know, this attack, right? And they introduced, like, you know, the backstep stuff being a bit more unique, which obviously they have used since then. But, like, at the time, this was a bigger moveset, but not by that much. This is not that big of a moveset. And here's my shtick. I don't think you need as many weapons as, like, Dark Souls has, or as Elden Ring has. You don't. I think it is totally okay to have less weapons and focus on quality over quantity. Totally fine. But you don't have to be this, you know, stringy about it, right? Like, you can okay, I love how it's hard to get this loot because you can't just get over this table, right? Or go under it. Like, any fucking person could get that treasure chest here. Let's see, what do they want you to do then? You must have to drop down from up there to get this chest. That is so dumb. Like, that is so fucking stupid. Unless I could jump from, like, over here or something. I can maybe jump on this table and then jump from that table. God, if this works, this is gonna be completely dumb. My God, I hate jumping in Dark Souls 1, and this is the exact same jump animation. Why does Bloodborne have to have this? Because, like, every other Souls game doesn't. Because at least in Dark Souls 1, you don't need it very often. Although you still accidentally jump all the time, which is terrible. You can definitely do this. You can definitely make this jump. Oh my fucking God. This is so frustrating. Controls for this jump. Nobody missed this when they removed it, by the way. Bro. Also, I love this fucking thing getting in the camera. Oh yeah, that's another really fair criticism of these games. They've really never had that good of a camera. Not the worst camera either. I think some people exaggerate on how bad the camera is. And a lot of it's not even the camera's fault. It's actually the fault of everything else, right? They'll put objects in places that are of course, going to be annoying in a boss fight. Or the boss is just too big. That's actually a huge problem with all of these games, is the big bosses just fucking suck. Like, I'm sorry, like, Radahn's moveset is for the most part fine, but because he's so big, and I mean base game Radahn, it's trash. Because you can't see what the fuck he's doing, right? And what everyone does is they just, like, stand behind him and stuff, but you shouldn't have to fight the boss like that. Like, there's so much stuff like that where it's like, I just can't see shit right now. And that's a criticism of Ninja Gaiden as well. Ninja Gaiden does not have a good camera. Now, it doesn't have, though, the problem of, like, the enemies being too big and you can't tell what they're doing. That's not a thing, so that's nice. Chat, this is just... They made this at like the perfect distance that dumbass forward roll you do is so hard. Now, if you can do a plunge attack, if you get high enough, you won't do that forward roll. Christ, dude. It's like, did they do this on purpose? Like, I don't even... Dude, this is so frustrating. Like, why would you make it like this? And they clearly knew how bad this was because, you know, Dark Souls 2 got rid of it and Dark Souls 3 got rid of it. I'm honestly surprised to see it in Bloodborne. Like, it was just such an obvious shit show in Dark Souls 1 that it's like, of course, the next game you should get rid of it. But they didn't, which is just... What the hell? Like, why would you make the jump button the same button as the roll and run button? Right? That's just absolute insanity. Bro. I'm not even sure this is possible. Like, it's just like this perfect spot where it's high enough that you just barely can't plunge attack. And I just don't think you can get an angle here where you're not going to roll off of it. Like, maybe if you jump from the absolute back part, but it's just so hard to angle that. God, this is so terrible. Bro, like, why do you do this massive fucking somersault forward when you land? Like, why would you put that in the game? I just do not understand. Because then it was horrible in Dark Souls 1 for, like, the platforming segments you had to do. God, that took, like, 8 billion tries. And now if I mess up this jump, I have to do it all over again. And I'm not even sure you can make this. Oh my... you might be able to make that. I'm not sure. I'm sure that's not how they want you to do this, though. You know, I think I can just use this one for fuck's sake. Yep. God damn it, game. Well, we had a nice demonstration of how fucking horrible platforming is in this game. I think that was a gun or something. I wonder if it's a triple shot or something like Avalon. Oh, you need 18 blood tinge. Yeah, special pistol. Pretty dramatic looking. Quicksilver bullets. Is any workshop firearm, but the Cainhurst variant relies more on blood tinge. Lovingly named after a woman. Grace. Blah 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 design. Evelyn. Blah blah blah. Oh, so Evelyn's, as in the weapon, the Cainhurst Knights really like, not the woman. That's kind of funny the way that's worded. That took so long. Well, I guess that's a good gun for if you do a blood tinge build, right? If you want to actually do damage. Which I do want to do. How is that not a thing? This whole time, I didn't have my life regeneration thing out. I was running, when I was dicking around there trying to do that jump, I could have been regenerating life that whole time. Well, that's a ladder. He's still alive. Like 1 HP. Oh yeah, there's like a rolling switch attack. I forgot about that. More chunks. It's probably enough to upgrade a weapon. Wait, do I have life regeneration on this? I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Everyone stop crying. I mean, how bad can it really be? Let the mean old church bully you, like, cry me a river. What they do, take your wine? Oh no. I like how that hit me. That makes so little sense there. So many nickels. I mean, it's possible that the church is not even responsible for the state of this place. Not really clear. Hell, they could be responsible for the state of this place. Oh, these enemies with projectiles that you can't see because they're so small is pretty annoying. Wish that attack just went ever so slightly farther. Like, why does this guy have hyper armor, dude? Should have healed before picking that up. Okay, that goes back down there. Okay. Guess we go out that window. You could totally jump off this and land on the railing. How do we get to that ladder? Oh, you could get to that. 1000%. You could. Well, these things on the end might mess you up. But if you were really good at this, you can probably bullshit get to that thing by landing on the right railing. Like, getting on this railing would be really easy. It's getting on this railing that might be hard. But you'd have to, like, jump at an angle so the roll part would just keep going along the rail so you don't die. But yeah, I bet you there's some speedrun strat where you could, if you wanted to, you could get on that ladder. And like, if you're not supposed, I assume you're not supposed to do it there, but probably can. That's my window, yep. I'm not sure what he was doing. He was doing fine, and he was just going way faster than it made sense to be going, and then he just randomly jumped off over there. I can't help myself. It shot the wrong one, and I don't think it was direct damage. Man, that could have been so much better. Let's see if we run into them later. You're still alive. How about that? Give me bullets! I don't know how ramming your fist into their back like that results in you getting 2 bullets, but somehow it do. This is a really cool area, though. Okay. So, chat, I feel like what I'm about to... Hunter set, male, Ludwig's Holy Sword, likes this zone. That is probably the most mainstream ass, like, That's probably like the most common take ever, in Bloodborne. Yep, John Bloodborne. Maybe survive that. I've noticed you can survive much farther falls in this game than a lot of the other ones. Like I had a fall in Yarnum on my new character that I was like, oh, I'm so dead, and I lived, and it was so fucking far. I took massive damage, but oh. Is this just a shortcut? Yeah, I think this is a shortcut. Yeah, you could take the elevator, then go out there. Okay. I did use Gascoigne for most of the game. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Wait, this isn't a shortcut because you can't go through this window. Why does... Dude, Bloodborne is obsessed with this. They have these one-way shortcuts that are completely mute. Like, they're not useful at all. What does... This accomplishes nothing! What the hell is the point? Okay, the only thing I can think of is that bookcase moving. Okay, here we go. I was about to say probably gives you access to something. Yeah, I think this is that ladder we saw before. It's still the... I would vastly prefer you can just go out that window, dude. Then you get access to that part of the level quickly. Gotta check for Mimic. Maybe that has lore on it. Like, we're really not getting lore out here. No lore at all. That sucks. Probably gonna drop chunks, but I'd actually like the twin ones so I can upgrade my axe. But I bet you it's gonna be chunk. Yeah. Guess that's the main purpose of in here. And it's just like boss fight right here. Wait a minute. This could be a boss arena because they've got it gated right there. I'm not even kidding. Like, I was joking, but this seriously could be a boss arena. 1 second. Welcome to the roof. I'm assuming it's not. It's just too early. I do not think that's a boss fight. But if it was a boss fight, I wouldn't be, like, shocked because of the way that the railing was there. The most fuck you boss fight that's happened was the Shadow guys, the ring wraiths. That was ridiculous. How do I get back? I guess the ladder. Okay, hold on. If can't go that way, which I don't see why. This level would be so much smoother if you could just go back out that window. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. So I need stairs. We never went like that door. Although I don't know, maybe to get to where I just was, you had to find that little thing down below. Maybe that's not the main path. I don't know. You know, I could probably get over there. I don't know about that one, game. I don't know about that one. That don't seem right. That's some bullshit. I want my lawyer. If you jump at the right angle, you might be able to make it work. Let me go check what I can do with these chunks. So I guess you could get to this Cainhurst place pretty early if you wanted to. Because you could go to that Forbidden Forest decently early. Dude, I'm so pissed. I need twin shards. This is messed up, man. Well, we can upgrade this at least. So now it's... The gap is widening between the axe and the sword here. I guess what I could do for now is make the sword do as much damage as possible and put regen on the axe. That's not terrible. What's on the third slot though? Okay, the third slot's not regen anyway. Oh, but that has regen. You have to you have to upgrade the axe one more time to get that third gem. Dang. All right, let's see what do we got here. And a poison effect. Could be good for bosses. Man, I could do that and use poison daggers. Throwing knives that we've got. So you smack the boss, apply poison, throw some daggers. I'll keep that in mind. I bet you there will be a boss fight that'll be useful. Like if they have just a lot of HP. More damage near death. Straight up 13% damage up. Let's see, what else? Yeah, you can, there's a few poisons you can do. Reduce stam cost. That's tempting. You get 3% poison apply. That's really bad against trash mobs though. But lowering stam cost is nice. But I'll go for pure Ooga Booga right now and just see how much damage we can do. But see, yeah, I could do a poison effect here as well. And then the throwing daggers. %9 damage up. Better rally. More strength scaling. That's only adding 2 fucking AR right now, though. That's so weak. You do get poison. Like, that is so weak how little damage that's actually adding. Okay, there's poison and 4% physical. I'm not against that. And 4.8. But see, now I want poison on this one. Wasn't there a 3% one? Is there something useful you can do with these old blood gems you don't need anymore? Like, some of them are so pointless. Okay, there's 3.1. So that gives us 6.2. I don't know if these stack and if 6.2 is even good, but we'll find out. If it's not good, I need to switch though, because like the physical damage is so much lower doing that. No poison on this part, unfortunately. I could just slap the HP on this, do HP recovery versus 8% physical damage. I mean, 8% is pretty good. So, I'll do it. Already had it, okay. And this one will do HP. Anything else? Oh, fuck, do I not have? Oh, there's one. This kind of makes the axe suck, though, but I'm healing. Okay, axe, heal, sword, smack. Dude, you really can't do a blood tinge build, huh? I kind of want to do that more than a dex one. Like, it's just really interesting. Also, what the fuck is blood attack up? I don't even know. Yeah, you could do both, but like it just take a long time. It's a lot of stats. You still need endurance and health, and then you need dex and blood tinge. That's 4 stats to worry about. By the way, chat, I was thinking about this. They need to get rid of vigor. They really do. And look at all the idiots in Elden Ring that don't level their health, right? What they need to do, and you adjust the amount of souls you get, you adjust how many levels you're gonna get. Like, you have to math this out a lot. But you should just gain health when you level another stat. So you go from level 1 to level 2, and you just gain health, right? That way everyone... Now, you could say, well, some people want to have more health than other and sacrifice for it, and that's fine, but you can do that through, like, items, your item slots, right? Or your... what you could do is you have a vigor stat, right? That most people won't level, because you get enough health from just leveling the other stats. And if you want to sacrifice to be even tankier, then you level it, right? And that's kind of what Dark Souls 2 does, but they don't. It's not done very well, so it doesn't matter. Like, you get so little health from the other stats. But like, when I was thinking about it, it's not interesting, right? Like, because what it basically boils down to, if you're being efficient, is you level health, you level endurance, right? Like, you have to level those to set them out, pretty much, and then you level the 1 damage stat. That's kind of lame, right? Like, it's a lot more interesting if you can, like, go... It should be a viable option to go, I'm gonna go all strength, and I have the best strength scaling because of that. But it should also be... It's very difficult to be, like, strength blood 10. Or in, like, Elden Ring to do, you know, strength dex, or strength faith, or strength... You really can't... It's really hard to do that in a meaningful way, right? Because you just don't have the points until really late in the game. But then the game's over, right? So it doesn't matter. And yeah, it's because of vigor. It really is because of having to level health so much. So, yeah, I think they need to address that, honestly. That's Souls 2, baby. Don't even start. So I need an enemy that has enough health so I can see how long it takes me to apply poison. Because it only matters for bosses, but if it takes like 30 fucking hits, it's not worth it. By the way, chat, can you get the daggers that, what's her name, Elena, or whatever, can you get her daggers? I assume so, I don't see why you couldn't. But, I imagine those are good for applying poison then, aren't they? Right? Because, attack rapidly, right? Because that could be kind of cool, actually. I wonder if there's other status effects that are worth a damn. Poison, I don't know. I mean, I would assume that they can apply poison. I've never heard of someone trying that. That seems kind of obvious, though, doesn't it? Like, status effects plus... Haven't these people played Elden Ring? Right? Status effect plus hit count equal good. I guess status effects are a lot weaker in the older Souls games, though. Like, man, Bleed was kind of just an afterthought in Dark Souls 1, and now it's just, like, meta as fuck in Elden Ring. Oh, all these fuckers are back. Thanks, I hate it. So my swing got messed up because of like the tiny hit stun from the mark thing. Wow, how am I dead? Like, what? Well, there go my souls, but I mean, I didn't really need them anyway. I don't really get how I just died there. Honestly, that mark thing is really lame because you just get hit stunned for like no reason. It's kind of like the mechanic in Dark Souls 3 with the lanterns. It's really bad. I would really hope that you did not have me on like where everyone in the gym could hear me, because they would not understand like what I was talking about. Eight, 7, 4. And now 7, 2, 8. So I guess I got counter damage. So if I didn't go with that poison setup, I could one-shot these. Like if I went pure damage, that would be enough to be killing them. Really, game? I honestly cannot believe that just missed. That is insane. Like by just like a millimeter there. Like, dude, that's so lame. You just get staggered out of whatever you're doing. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of logic to what makes them activate it. And then there's this asshole. Okay, where are my souls at? Normally an enemy would have them. Not that I had enough to really care, but I'm just kind of curious why my souls ain't around. Huh. That's weird that an enemy didn't pick them up. Super strange. I think. Yeah, I guess going up the ladder doesn't. Well, depends on if I want to try to do that jump again or not. I guess we'll see. I mean, there's also that door I never did out there. I really dislike this enemy. Like that right there, that's so Elden Ring, dude. Like, he just lunges forward such an arbitrary amount, and his attack animation before it does not telegraph that he's lunging forward. That's like the slide that Gundyr does. I am noticing, though, that more Souls games really rely on just bullshit trial and error than not. Like, Dark Souls 3 is kind of the exception. And Dark Souls 3 has trial and error in it, too. Like, absolutely. But like attacks like that are just stupid. It's like it's so unnatural. You have no way of knowing how to react to it until you've seen it. It's like he's doing obviously doing a charge attack, but there's nothing about the telegraph that would make you think he's gonna lunge forward like that. He just slides across the ground just magically. Whoops. I feel like that hit her. I could like see it going through her there. Dude. I think what it actually is if he hits you, it makes them go berserk. I think is what it is. They don't just go berserk on their own. That's not very intuitive, though. And see, if I had more viewers, someone would have spoiled that. It's just because they just have to, you know, they can't let people discover things on their own. It's like if I had said earlier, you know, it's annoying that they just go berserk out of nowhere. Someone's gonna be, actually, you know, and it just ruins the whole thing instead of having a moment of discovery. It's just, God, the fucking internet, man. It's just absurd. And the Souls community is just especially bad about it. Look at this fucker. One thing I do wish they kind of did was the enemy that gets... Now, this is a lot of work, so I understand why they don't do it, but it would be cool. If the enemy that has your souls gets... Now, this would be easy. You could have them give a bit more HP, right? Like, you have to respect their moveset more. So you might have, like, a common enemy that you could normally bulldoze that now has more health, so you have to actually give a shit. But you could also have where they get, like, a new attack, you know... And so every enemy in the game has a hidden attack they can only do if they have your souls. Right? That'd be kind of neat, but that's way too much work, so they're not going to do that. But I'm getting so sick of just getting hit stunned out of nowhere because there's just some random guy shooting a dart that you can't see. It's just fucking annoying. Yeah, Soldier H, yeah. Giving them more health would be cool, though. The only problem with that is if a big enemy that has a lot of health gets it, that could get kind of obnoxious. But how did I miss that? That guy go flying when I killed him or something? Or did he kill himself? That's kind of what I'm thinking now. So... I swear you can make it over here. Okay, well, fuck that guy. There's like an invisible barrier, dude. Like they're just not letting you do it. That makes no sense. There's like no reason you can't just even roll over there, but I don't think they'll let you. I think like the hitbox around the wall, like the wall by me, is just like the edge is bigger than it shows or something. That just makes no sense. Maybe there's an angle where you can still do it, but that definitely seems like they're bullshitting you there. That's really shit, though, because it just 1,000,000% looks like you can do that. Chat. Also, I've noticed this game doesn't restock. Like, if you want to restock, you have to tell... Look at this. I'm at 9 out of 10, but I have 6 in the bank. But it doesn't restock it. You have to teleport to the Hunter stream and teleport back. Why? Why do I need to go through 2 loading screens? Like, that's just... What the fuck is the point of that? Like, you're literally just wasting people's time making them go through loading screens like that. It's just insane. Like, you should just refresh if you use the bonfire. They don't let you use the bonfire in this game. You have to, all you can do is teleport with it. Like, that's how the game detects you, like, resting at a bonfire is teleporting back to the Hunter stream, which is just moronic. I actually, when I think about it, I hate to say this, but I think Bloodborne has the worst quality of life in the entire series. Like, Demon's Souls is not this bad about this stuff. Like, Demon's Souls has some real quality of life problems, don't get me wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Bloodborne has the absolute worst quality of life. And it's not in a way that adds anything. It's not like, because sometimes inconvenience can add. Will you all shut the fuck up? Anyway, inconvenience can add to a game sometimes. Okay, this is just dumb. All of this because one guy shoots a little dart you can't even see. It's a waste of fucking time, dude. It'll take like an hour and a half to clear these out now. These dart enemies just suck. Like I don't think it's a good gameplay element to have a projectile you can't see. Like I don't get. Oh my god! And now the online takes so long. Look at this. This is why I switched to offline. It just takes way too fucking long to read log. I'm not gonna kite those enemies for half an hour. I really do need to use the sword more. It's just big sword's cooler. I like how the only thing I'm dying to really is just this stupid jump that's making me impatient. But like, I really want to do the jump because there could be cool shit over there. But it's completely impossible to tell if you can even make the jump or not because it's so unclear. Oh my fucking god, game. And the most annoying enemy award goes to... This is why everyone's crying, is because they have to live with these guys. Why does that get hyper armor? Just the most random poke from this guy gets hyper armor. So I'd like to point out, if you can't make this jump, this is just horrible level design. Because, like, it just completely makes you think you can. And, like, these enemies draw attention to it and everything. I don't get why sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. Because there's just nothing up... There's no reason this should fail. There's nothing about this wall that should prevent you from going around here like this. I think what I should do is I should check that door first. Because this just takes... Every fucking time I die here, it takes so much time. I just realized it never refreshed yeah, my bone marrow ash either. Because I haven't gone back to the hunter stream, so. You mind? What? Why did she go berserk there? I like how there was no tell on that. Just all of a sudden she does that and then I get grabbed because of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no skill in that. Wasn't even the slightest, you know, warning or reason to react to that. Like, all of a sudden I'm just instantly grabbed. It's because this variant's different, but like, there's no way to know they're gonna do that. Now I know, because LOL trial and error. Like, it's fine to like not know what an enemy does. But it's not fine with the thing that they do has like a 1-frame startup that just instantly stuns you. Finally, a twin shard. Okay, I'm starting to not like this area. Cheap bullshit everywhere. Great mechanic. Vindictus 2 cannot come out soon enough. Dude, the alpha of that was just so refreshing. Oh, I was kind of hoping their knights looked more like regular knights, but you know, the game design of Vindictus Defying Fate is just like, that's what I want out of an action game, or just, you know, a third-person combat system. Huh. These sound kind of pretentious here. My favorite drip. Not bad. Not really my style, though. Very fancy. I am pretentious. But yeah, it is definitely a big negative for me in the Souls games, is there's so much just cheap bullshit, trial and error. And I'm just so worried that as time goes on, that's going to become more and more prevalent. Dark Souls 3 was this nice, like, break from it where they were a lot fairer with their telegraphing, I would say. I mean, there's some bullshit in Dark Souls 3, don't get me wrong. I don't know, that one was extra pretentious. None of the other Garbs are talking about them seeing their kills as leaving art behind and whatnot. Like, they definitely seem like vampires, I'll put it that way. Some of the other factions are self-righteous, but that's different. So, was this way? I'm surprised Elden Ring doesn't really have any drip, harkening back to Bloodborne. They have a little bit. But yeah, you don't have a lot of, drip like this. Alright, was this or was this not a boss fight? Okay, I think we're good. Look, it's a boss. I mean, this looks like a boss arena, honestly. Yeah, that's a pleasant sound. Sure, everyone invites you to the dinner parties. Knight's wig? What? It just adds like a little thing in the back. I feel like that's more for a female character, really. Got like a bow in your hair or some shit. Look, call me old-fashioned, chat, but I don't want no ponytail in my fucking hair, thanks. Oh my god, that almost killed. That is so fucking stupid, dude. Jesus Christ. FromSoft, please. Like, nothing about that would be like, oh yeah, you can't go that way. It's quite the opposite. We really need to force gravity damage on you there. on earth would the difference be between a hunter's mark and a bolt hunter's mark? Oh no, I guess it was named that all along. Okay. But say what? Now this could be the boss fight. Could be the door there. Although if it is, this is quite the run back. Yep, that's probably the boss. And it's quite the run back. Fuck you, game. I'm gonna go get some water. So, not only are these boss runbacks, like, a waste of your time, which sucks, but because you, like, don't want to do them, it makes the bosses a lot less fun. It really does, because you're, like, dreading having to do the run back, right? Like, so you don't even really want to learn the boss, you want to just beat it, where, like, if I could respawn right here, I'd probably fight the boss in a way to try to, like, learn it more skillfully and that kind of thing, right? But the way they do it is, like, not at all. Not a fan. Well, thematically, I would think this boss would do something blood-related. But there doesn't seem to be a bleed effect in this game, so I don't even... I'll save the fire paper until I kind of know the moveset better. Oh yeah, this is definitely a boss. I can see him right there. Chairs. Who puts a chair on a roof, dude? Walnir? So why don't we attack him when he's doing this? Like, man, we could have just beaten the absolute piss out of him in this time. Scythe guy. Wouldn't be the honorable thing to do. Do hunters seem honorable to you? Oh, I think he's got a sword and a scythe. Logarius. Oh yeah, that's not gonna be annoying. A man's out here actually telegraphing his attacks. I don't even believe it. Ouch. Okay, I don't know about that one. The other attacks are pretty good. That was a bit silly. That's the only attack of his that's kind of obnoxious. That was so Walnir. That was so much like Walnir. I'm gonna blame the camera on that one. Okay, Gate of Babylon. I like how if he hits you, the rally wears off before the hit stun does. So it's just like, what is the point? That's a pretty cool mechanic. Although, like right there, because of how aggro he was being, it was impossible to break it without getting hit, which is kind of dumb. I think that'll happen a lot. The camera also breaks a lot when he lunges forward. I like the idea of that attack, but it's just you always get hit when he does it, and if you wait, you're just gonna get mobbed by the sword, so it's kind of bad. This cannot be fun at level 1. Especially if you have a +0. Because you probably won't one-shot the sword in the ground. So his scythe attacks are fine, most of his magic attacks are fine, but his sword attacks are complete bullshit. Like, they're way too fast to be able to react to them. I don't know, I like halfway love that boss, but like those sword attacks are so cheap. And they like kill the momentum of the fight completely. Like they just come out instantly. But I like the scythe attacks and the magic attacks. I don't think this run back is the worst by any means. Like, it's not great, but I should probably go blow my souls real quick though, so I don't have to care. It's really nice to not have to worry about that. Where the fuck is the ladder? What? Oh yeah, you have to do this part first. This room though is just such a stupid idea to be in your way. Dude, that enemy is just obnoxious. think the worst thing about this run back is just having to fucking remember it. Like, Jesus. Yeah, let me go blow my souls. I don't want to have to deal with that. But yeah, the boss run backs are really bad in this game, and there's just no reason for them. Like, it's just, it discourages you from playing, like 100%. Terrible idea. They were just really stuck on that in the early days of these games. I would love to, like, you know, hear from their perspective as to, like, why? Like, what the fuck did they think this offered the games? They're just a complete waste of your time, and again, they discourage you, you know, actually playing. I have to go offline, man. I get so tired of how long it takes to relog if I'm online. And there's like no online features I give a fuck about in this game, honestly. I mean, the bloodstains are hilarious, but it's not worth. I don't even know what to spend my souls on, to be honest. Oh my god, of course. Just load forever, and then I have to come back, so there's another loading screen. I mean, invasions don't happen in this game, and Bloodborne has the worst PvP in the series. By a pretty substantial amount. I guess I could buy vials, but I have a lot of them. But I mean, it never hurts to get them. I guess they're gonna get more expensive later, so yeah, fuck it. I guess I'll grab them. I guess fire paper would have been okay too. I don't think I can upgrade or anything like that. Yeah, I think we're good. It's nice to just not have to worry about your souls. Yeah, honestly, if I knew they got more expensive, I probably would have farmed some off stream or something. Although then I'd gain souls to use on other things too, though, so I don't know. I can just always hold my level back, though. Yeah, it's true, you can buy consumables. Dude, my trench coat was like freaking out there. So I should have put my axe on, because I'd be regenerating health when I climb. Dude, that's ridiculous. Like that's just ridiculous, you getting hit like that. So I think the longest run back in this series that I can think of is actually in Demon Souls. It's False King Elant, who's probably the hardest boss in the game, although you'll probably get... if you want to, you can get to him pretty quickly, and then he's really hard, but a lot of people do it literally every bit of content in the game until him, and then they're way too strong, and they'll just fucking obliterate him. It's not very well designed like that. But that boss run back is absolutely insane. You have to go past a bunch of obnoxious enemies, some dragons, and then you have to do this elevator ride that takes like a minute and a half. I'm pretty sure it's longer than the elevator ride than going from Limgrave to like that underground area in Elden Ring. I think it's longer than that. Frigid Outskirts isn't technically that long. It's just you're going through absolute cancer. That's the worst. That's not the longest run back, but it's the worst one. I would say absolutely. I would say the Demon Souls one is probably the longest, but Frigid Outskirts is the worst. That I don't even... Like, what the hell were they thinking with that? So, unless I kill that blow dart guy, you're going to lose about 100 life. More than 100 life, because I've regened a chunk. So it's like 150 life no matter what. So that's really stupid. Great mechanic. Really, the only thing I hate about this fight is his sword attacks. Like, they're silly. Okay, and that move is kind of dumb too. That is so quick and it does so much damage. The fucking pillar. Okay, that's absurd. That's completely absurd. Like, there's nothing about that should be going through a pillar like that. That is so dumb. Wait, Logarius was the master that Alfred guy was talking about. So this guy must be with the church. That's odd. Yeah, that just hit me. Really? Okay. I like most of this boss. I just don't like the sword attacks in the Gate of Babylon. They really do this thing, though, where it's like you get hit and you need to heal, and they make sure the boss's next attack is at the perfect timing so you can't heal. They really love doing that. Oh, I should, yeah, the poison is not gonna work here, so I should switch off that real quick. I mean, this run back's not that bad. I mean, I don't love it, but I mean, compared to Frigid Wastes and Demon Souls and stuff, I'm like, okay, bearable. I mean, I don't like it. I mean, for the love of God, it'd be way better if you just were at the boss and that was that, but I have definitely seen worse. We got that one. That one. That one, just linear upgrades. So what's fire for again? Is it for like arcane? I don't blame someone for skipping Horsefeck Valley. That is... There are some things in the Souls games that are, like, bad, but then, like, that is just... Like, what the fuck? It is so unfun, dude. I don't know what they were thinking. I might play it someday. There's really no world where I'm gonna pay $70 to play a remake that vandalizes the game. Like, it's just, if it's like 20 bucks, sure, but I just no world. I mean, it's $70, dude. It's bullshit. Like, that's like insulting, charging $70 for a game that is just copy pasted and then has a coat of paint put on it. Like, it's completely ridiculous. You know, Bloodborne is $19.99. Worth it. I would vastly prefer to play the original Demon's Souls. I really dislike the changes in the remake. Because Demon's Souls' main selling point is honestly the artistry, right? Like the music, the atmosphere, the voice acting, and they replaced all of that. So, yeah, not a fan. I think the voice acting is way worse, and it's like a lot of it's the same voice actors, but the voice direction they're being given is way worse. And there was no reason to change it. You have to take fall damage there, dude. Like, I guess you probably can land on the railing, but then you don't risk dying. But you can probably land on that railing. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, they changed the voice acting, they changed the music, and they changed the aesthetic in so many areas because of like the coat of paint they put on it. They literally break and contradict the lore with a lot of the art direction changes. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to two-hand my weapon. God damn it. Why did that do so much damage? Yeah, that attack is dumb. It's way too fast. If it didn't do a lot of damage, I wouldn't mind it, but the fact that it does that much damage and it's that fast is just silly. And his other attacks, if you twitch, like react to them, you'll get hit. So like that's kind of shit. What? Okay. Oh my god. I'm so sick of things missing by like a millimeter. These sword attacks are fucking stupid. Like they completely shut down any ability to be aggressive, which is like what Bloodborne is trying to be. You know, it's trying to let you be more aggressive. He like bugged out because he hit the roof or like the side of the building there. How the fuck did that hit me? I have expected him to go through the wall there. This sword mechanic is kind of bad because they literally have his AI go super aggro the second he does it, which just makes it like impossible to break it. And like, again, that's just trial and error. There's nothing to react to. It's just, oh, memorize the timing. Wow, and that does damage when he places it. You just did that. Dude, like, why does that have an explosion on it? This boss would be so obnoxious if it was an Elden Ring, because all these attacks would have bullshit follow-ups. Like, you wouldn't be able to punish that. Like, that would 1000% have a follow-up. And by the way, so would this. He would do that, and then right as you would swing, it would explode. Like, you know I'm fucking right. These sword attacks, though, are super Elden Ringy. Like, they just make it so you abso-fucking-lutely cannot be aggressive. I mean, look at the frame data on that. That's insane. Dude, that's so dumb. It's like you just cannot attack him. Like, you have to make him whiff something. Dude, I really don't like this fight. It's way too much like Elden Ring. I mean, it's not nearly as bad as Elden Ring. If this was Elden Ring, all these attacks would be so much more annoying, but, like, that's pretty shit. Like, when he's... in that second phase, you just can't do anything. You just have to wait for him to do a dumb attack that you can punish. That's it. That's all there. You just run away until he does one of the scythe attacks and then hit him then, and that's it. This is not fun. And that's how Elden Ring is, and that's how most of the games are except for Dark Souls 3, honestly, where it's just like... You just run away and wait for them to do the dumb move, and then you hit them. Yeah, it does feel like a prototype Elden Ring boss. It's kind of like that, and I hate to say this, but Gale is kind of a prototype Elden Ring boss. It's only a few of his attacks, but some of Gale's attacks are so fucking Elden Ringy. Dude, I love how they put that guy in just such an annoying spot where you have to, like, go around to, like, get to him. So then the ladies are probably going to be able to hit you. Like, awful. What sucks about this boss, though, is, like, some of his attacks are really fun. Like, some of the projectiles are fun. The scythe attacks are mostly fun. He's got that one scythe attack that is, like, insanely fast, which is bad. I really dislike when they do this, and lots of games do this. It's where there are attacks from the boss that, you know, if the second you see the boss move, you roll, like you're trying to twitch react to it, you'll get hit by it, right? And that's fine, but then what they do is... There's other attacks that you have to twitch reaction to and dodge the millisecond the boss starts moving. Like, that's cheating, right? You make it so you're basically, you know, gambling, and that just blows. And this boss has, like, that one scythe, like, lunge attack that's like that. Oh, of course. I knew it was going to do that. I could just tell that it's, like, because you have to take fall damage there, they're just going to make it where the railing will kill you. I was so sure that was going to happen, but I had to try, because it's fucking stupid. You have to take damage there. Oh yeah, there's the... I really should equip that actually, because I do wonder if using those, right, will advance her quest. Because so far her quest hasn't done anything. Like her quest has been stagnant. So I really do think though, these people are about human blood. That because like I think she's connected to these people because her dress looks like their dress, and like the thing that her blood says and stuff. Yeah, I suspect that these people were about drinking regular blood, and that's blasphemous to the church. Maybe they shop in the same place. Yeah. Kind of funny though, like now obviously if they kill people to get the blood then that's bad, but you know, drinking human blood that doesn't seem to turn you into a fucking werewolf is probably better than, you know, what the healing church is doing. So it's funny that these guys get branded as the vile, you know, blood, when it's so far their blood seems less vile than the church's. But I'm pretty sure that's the point. Maybe if you roll here you could not die. You still take fall damage. You just take less. That is crazy. That still does fall damage to you. That sounds heretical. Get them, boys. Yeah, that seems like the lore here. Dude, that is so obnoxious, dude. Will that hit the roof? Of course not. Bro, it goes through the object and then goes in this weird angle so it's gonna hit the ground. That is so dumb, dude. What? How the fuck did I just miss? Oh my god, Dark Souls 1 jump. Please stop existing. It made me do a Dark Souls 1 jump again instead of just dashing forward. That almost killed me. Oh yeah, that doesn't work because logic. Like the ground stops it, but the fucking, you know, giant pillar doesn't. I love how he's just in that corner where, like, I can't really fight him because it'd be really easy to fall off. And he's just not gonna move. Bro. Yeah, this is really fun gameplay right now. Yeah, great camera work. Fantastic. Oh, here we go. Why does that have a shockwave? Let's just... This boss is like so anti-aggro to the point of absurdity in a game that's trying to force you to be aggro. It's just terrible. Like every fucking attack this guy has is anti-aggro. Man, how the fuck does? I love how that hits me, but then like I'll be right next to him and it fucking missed somehow. It's because they make his arm lunge forward so much. Wait, what happened to the sword? Like yeah, that's the attack I was talking about there, where it comes out so fast you have to twitch react to it. What? I think he blew it up himself. What the fuck is this boss fight, dude? Dude, that is just way too fast. I might be able to punish that double slash consistently. Might be safe. Looks like you can make him whiff. By going to like the side here. What? Is that bugged? That's weird. Every time he did the sword attack at the end there, it just exploded on its own. So chat, I'm pretty sure at the end there, I just found a way to beat that boss incredibly easily, and it's the same way you beat the blood-starved beast. Just dodge forward and to the left, and I think he's just gonna whiff like a champion. Like the way he's lunging forward, he just super misses. Jimmer can't win without bug. I don't know what that was. It happened twice. Oh, I can't find that crown. So where's the bottomless box, chat? We really need that. This is getting out of hand. Oh, this is the Book of the Guilty. Surely it's not. I looked in the fashion. I didn't see it in here. Oh, wow. No, it is in here. I was really not expecting that. What kind of jackass in Bloodborne would wear this? I'm a king hunter. Like, this would look so stupid in this game. I guess you could wear it with this if you wanted to look like a queen or something, but that would be very silly. Yeah, I mean, I literally just asked, where is the bottomless box? I can't believe it. I'd wear it. Yeah, me. Now you wear it? No. So these guys are the Dark Wraiths because of that book. I'm pretty sure these are like Dark Wraith faction. Is that it? Surely there's more. Like this looks like a door, but why is this guy just up here on the roof then? I'm so confused. That's so anticlimactic if that's the end. It seemed like we never found that one ledge. The jump wasn't working. I guess this is it, huh? You get the bottomless box by jumping off the roof. Yeah, huh? Uh-huh. I was really expecting there to be more after this boss. We really didn't find anything here. And wait a minute. If these are the Dark Wraiths, the invasion item must be here. There has to be more in here. Because, yeah, they've got the Book of the Guilty item and all that, and these are clearly the Dark Wraiths, so there absolutely is more to this place. I feel like I'm missing something up here. There was more out there. Is that a baby? That might have been like a crow call or something, but I heard like baby crying or some shit. Ocelot. In the hunter's dream. Well, I kind of figured that. Holy fuck, are you stuck up here? Guess I'll just have to start at the bottom again. Yeah, there has to be more here. Otherwise, there's just no real reason to come out here other than the crown and Rider Pelage. That was like, and like, if you don't want the crown, you can get Rider Pelage in like 3 seconds. I'm pretty sure the Dark Wraith like invasion item is in that zone. There's no way it's not. Why would anyone think you can click there? Like, why would anyone think you can click there? Well, Rider Pelage is awesome, but this is probably not going to be the character to use it on. We strength. That's good for the poison. This is not really good for any. Well, I guess it's got some frenzy right there. Don't like these sets at all. This takes quite a while. I guess the really weak ones in here I don't need. I feel like there's something else you can do with them though. Maybe sell them. All right, we got a lot of chalices we haven't done. Okay, hold on. Let's look around, though, in this zone more. We've clearly missed some stuff. And maybe that one jump you can actually do. I don't even... Oh, hold on. Let me, Antidotes. Couple of these. Those are so expensive, it's ridiculous. I bet you can talk to that Alfred guy or whatever, though, because he wanted to find that Castle Cainhurst. He's probably a Dark Moon Blade. Fuck him. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this faction is Dark Wraiths. Wait, did I go in here? Wait, I guess it's just a normal intro. Yeah. It's because of the elevator. Wow, they're worth a lot of souls. They just don't drop anything. No bullets, no blood vials. I was hoping he would drop a blood vial. Okay. Well, the Dark Wraiths are kind of the good guys in Dark Souls 1. That does so much less damage. So I'm thinking we need to look for invisible walls or like a place to drop. There was a lot of like elevation shenanigans going on. Off you go! Damn, she didn't even take gravity damage. Blood vials? Blood vials? Nope. Where's she at? Yeah, I've never seen them drop anything ever, so I don't think they have a loot table. Which kind of sucks, because you kill them quite a lot. Considering they seem to be all about blood, you think they drop blood vials. Why are you alive and then you do the longest fucking attack chain you have? Oh my god, this weapon is so dated because I haven't leveled it. It sucks because it's just I haven't gotten a twin shard. And I can't buy them. There's like no way to catch it up. Does the crying ever stop in this zone? Crying may have stopped. Bonk. Man, you barely fight those guys. They're, very lightly used here. Did I go up here? I think I did. Yeah. Oh, look, chat. We found a hidden zone, right? This was a fairly hidden zone. And it had a bunch of unique enemies in it that we've never seen before. Imagine that. Some of which that were rather annoying, like the headless ones that do the, you know, AoE grab. Like no tell on it really, but unique nonetheless. I'm really having a hard time though understanding why Elden Ring's DLC has such bad enemy variety, because it was in development for 2 years, right? I don't get it. I guess they just put a lot of time into the map instead of the enemies. I don't know. Because I'd say the base game of Elden Ring could use a bit more enemy variety, but it's acceptable. But the DLC is just not. It's just absurd how little enemy variety there was. Oh, I missed that. Oh, this is that spot where we were trying to do the jump. You motherfucker. Yay, fighting 2 enemies. Dude, look at this. That was like a 10-second grab. Why? Just awful, dude. And that's not unique to Bloodborne. Like, every grab attack in these games is just so fucking slow. And it just, like, completely wrecks the flow of combat. It's awful. That must be the get up that Alfred wears. So I guess those guys are, like, coming here to try to kill these people. And they're commanded by that Logarius guy. Weird that he's the boss. Later became the basis of all church attire, so this is a long time ago. Acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall try to strive to be good. Interesting. Yeah, there are some grabs that if you mash, you can get out of early. That's not in every Souls game, though. But yeah, they also don't tell you. Dark Souls 3 has some like that. I probably need to clear this area out, because I think we're going to need to look for, like, platforms to jump off of and crap. Dude, it's so dumb. You're like 90% through your R2, and a little dart hits you, and it just completely interrupts it. Oh, have I really used 3 blood vials? I know I'd used at least like 1, but Jesus. I guess the grab too, that'd at least be 2. God, this area is annoying. The blow dart guys. So I'm guessing these guys are kind of like the pages in Elden Ring, where they're like servants and they're supposed to keep their head down and not bring attention to themselves, but they're actually really skillful because they're, you know, trying to protect the nobles and stuff, 'cause that's their job. Oh, lame, dude. Terrible enemy. What would make them really annoying is if they had like a 1-frame startup anti-aggro melee attack when you finally get to them. That's what Elden Ring would do. Somehow that missed the guy at low HP, even though he's right fucking in front of me, and this is a giant ass sword. Because you swing it like an axe in Elden Ring, where you're not taking advantage of your arm like at all. So it doesn't go very far. But that one hits? What? Oh. There's another blow dart guy. Who was just blowing darts into the wall. Damn it. These are so the blood wraiths, or dark wraiths, because they drop numbing mist, which is Lloyd's talismans, which is for PvP. Absolutely, you can get the invasion item here. There's just so many things pointing to that. Kind of annoying that they're making it really hidden, though, because kind of a fundamental gameplay thing. I mean, they have the Book of the Guilty, they drop numbing mist. And just like their relation with these like executioners and stuff, it's a whole Dark Wraith blood, Darkmoon Blade setup. MFJ, what is up, dude? 74 months. My God, thank you, man. Okay, well, we don't need to do that jump because we already got over there. Should have looked around in that room more, but I can go back in a second. How am I grabbed? He had no animation. He was in the middle of getting hit by my fucking R2, and somehow I'm just instantly grabbed. Just great game. 10 out of 10. Ridiculous. At least they're dropping twin blood shards because I need those. I want to fix my axe. You just did a little quick step forward. That was interesting. She got knocked over for the critical, but then she was dying. We running. Of course. Jeez. Okay. I think what I'm hearing that sounds like a baby crying is like wood creaking. I mean, I would really think whatever gets you... I really do think there's a covenant in here, because again, there's so much evidence for that mirroring Dark Souls 1. But I would think it would be after the boss, because like how they wanted you to kill 4 kings to be able to invade in Dark Souls 1, they probably want you to have to beat this boss. So it's like harder to do it at low level. I just didn't see anything by the boss. There was loot out there originally. Wait, where the fuck do you go? Was this a dead end originally? I don't remember this being a dead end. Am I crazy? So I wonder what the deal with those mosquito things outside are, because they're clearly not aligned with these people because they're not inside. They were used very sparingly in this area. They were extremely annoying. Hmm. Surprised that that doesn't make you take fall damage, but the one on the way to the boss does. I feel like I'm missing something that, over here that I did last time that I'm missing now. I guess there's in here. I mean, I feel like it's got to be by the boss then, because I'm not really seeing anything you could really do here. Maybe there's a drop off somewhere in this part that I'm missing. Like, that's one reason to be online, is when there's something really obtuse, there's normally player messages pointing it out. Doesn't seem like a place I would expect a hidden wall, but normally there's some kind of visual indicator when there's a hidden wall, something to kind of tip you off. Hmm. Not really bold of me to assume, because this isn't made by the people that made Dark Souls 2. And they've never, like, Dark Souls 1 is one way, Dark Souls 3 is one way, and those are made by the same people, and Bloodborne is made by them, so it's obviously going to be the same way. Okay, this is just obnoxious. Interesting hit trade there. Man, that one's like blocked, so you can't go that way. Maybe you have to talk to Alfred. The slow climb, come on now. It seems so logical for it to be there. I mean, I know there's a covenant here. There's no way there's not. This game is too much like Dark Souls 1, and there's just so many things. Must be really obtuse. Honestly, I might have chat spoil this just for the sake of brevity. Because it's bad stream content to be running around here for 2.5 hours doing nothing. Just shit. So if someone knows, I don't mind. Because it's just a covenant. I don't think we can even use it. And we're not playing online anyway. You have to wear the crown? That's so fucking dumb. I don't even have it on me. That is incredibly dumb. So anyone that likes the fashion will find it. That's so dumb, dude. That's crazy dumb. Oh my god, FromSoft, dude. That is so dumb. The thing is, so many item names are bullshit names like that, and it doesn't mean anything. God, why is this the worst bottomless box I've ever seen in one of these games? Like, holy fuck, this UI is terrible. And that's saying something because, like, they've had some bad UIs in these games. God, that's so dumb. Oh my god. Make the cutscene happen. In before there's another boss fight. Damn. So I guess this Logarius guy was trying to prevent anybody from finding this. If he had any brains then, though, he would have taken the crown off and hid it somewhere. I mean, hell, just, like, hide it under a roof shingle or something. Like, dear God, man. Can I have the armor? kind of confirms, though, this world had a medieval period. I wonder if all this blood, outer god bullshit was going on back then.
Visitor, I claim no subjects, but here lieth our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone.
Get out. Is there a way to level up the Covenants, by the way, in this game, offline? Because I figure the online activity in this game is completely dead. You might be able to get a few invasions in. Just random people playing through. I might have to check that. In before that is the invasion item. I guess you can give this to someone. Probably someone's quest. I don't think so. Oh, fuck. Why is she wearing... What? I like how she's wearing, like, just a normal-ass dress. Like, she looks normal as fuck. And then she's wearing this crazy helmet. Like, what the hell? Like a medieval helmet or something. I don't even... What a strange person.
Such impudence. Defiled are we, yet still queen. We shall not give audience to an ill-mannered beast.
What, do you have to, like, talk to her over here or something?
Visitor.
Jesus. Touchy much.
Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, queen of Castle Cainhurst.
All your minions are ghosts.
Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask.
Oh.
What is it thou in search of?
Weird that they call themselves Vile Blood. I would assume their enemies would call them that. That might just be some FromSoft nonsense.
Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church.
I mean, we already killed their vicar.
This path walk. I prithee, partake of my rotted blood. Very well.
Like, the church is kind of in shambles.
Of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn. Now, thou art too a vile blood. We too, the very last on this earth.
Well, there's that one lady. Okay, so there's the Covenant item. The badge. I guess you can buy something with that. So you need blood dregs.
We await thy return for the honor of Cainhurst.
So I assume you get, this is kind of a cool, though, twist on the whole Darkgrave thing, though. But, I assume that you get blood dregs from evading, right? Which I don't expect to be even slightly active. Also, does this game have weapon matchmaking? Because if it doesn't, then it's just garbage, because it's going to be exactly like Dark Souls 1, where all the invaders have a maxed out weapon. Because look how gatekeeping it does. Oh my god. Dude. Because look how gatekeeping they are about the weapon upgrade, right? Like, they really strong arm you with that. So you're just going to have a bunch of, like, you know, level 30 invaders or whatever with a max weapon against people with a +3. And then the host cannot win. That's so stupid. At least no soul memory. All they need to do, because weapon matchmaking is not even good, right? Because it just makes it hard to get matches. All they need to do is make it so your weapon upgrade matches the highest weapon upgrade the host has ever had. There you go. Problem solved. Beyond me how we haven't gotten to that system yet. All right, let's see what that badge does. That makes me sad, though. It can't really level up the Covenant as is. Because I think this game is like so dead. Like no one plays this game anymore. So what did that badge get us? What's this? Is that a katana? So this was used by the Royal Guard. You need it's skill and blood pin. They're kind of about that, I've noticed. Yeah, it sounds like Chaos Blade. Oh, cool. There's their. It's so expensive. Oh my god. Why is it that expensive? Holy fuck. And armor does like nothing in this game. It's purely for fashion. So this is putting you down like multiple levels, right? Like you could level up a lot. And if you buy this instead, you're just straight up gonna be lower level. Oh my god, that is so fucked. FromSoft, please. Does it really have to close the menu every time? I really don't need an animation for this. I wonder if you get insight for invading. Okay, so I bought the chest. Oh my god. I want the other parts, and I'm actually really close to being able to get one. I don't know about the helmet. The chest is pretty cool though. Yeah, the helmet's a little silly. The problem is I don't know what would match with this. Yeah, that doesn't really work. We'll see. Stick with John Bloodborne for now. Oh, you get a really shitty heal when you're low on life. So, hold on, what's the invasion item then? What's this do? In a blood gem. That was a long time ago. So we just broke that lady's like precious pendant or whatever. Do I not have the invasion item? Yeah, I mean, online items aren't really spoilers. I'm confused here. Did I miss it? You have to buy it? Oh, God. What a dumb idea. And it costs insight. Fucking fuck. I like how she won't talk to you. You just walk up to her. She doesn't even have any subjects, man. And I guess she was trapped in here this whole time until you killed the boss. Think about that. She might have been in there for like hundreds of years. You know, at least 10, 20 years, right? Nothing to do. The first person she ever runs into, right, is unsealed the area. She's like, I won't even talk to you, right? What a fucking idiot. You can get it almost immediately. Wait, what? Wait, do I not have what I need to get it? Is there like some like hidden bullshit? I'm so confused. So then like if you find this, you still can't invade to level up. Is there like somewhere you need to go? Oh, it's the insight shop. So can you just get it like really early on? Regardless of the covenant? You just can't level up until you do that? This is the co-op one. Chalice Dungeon 1. Do I not have what I need to buy it? You need to co-op? Why? Why would anyone think that? This is just stupid. Dude, Bloodborne easily has the dumbest shit in it I've seen in like any of these games. Like even Demon Souls isn't this fucking convoluted. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? Like what if you don't want to co-op? Ever think of that game? So many bad. I mean, these boss front backs, all this. It sucks because there's a lot of good things in this game. I mean, it's a really unique aesthetic. I will say that all the people that act like this game is so different than Souls, and it's like so about being aggressive, are full of shit. This game acts like it wants you to be aggressive, and it does everything to make you play like Dark Souls. Like that boss, you must play like Dark Souls. Because you can't use the rally mechanic, like, at all. If you get aggro, he just hits you with the sword, right? Doesn't fucking work. Like, this game plays exactly like Dark Souls. Let's see if we can by some miracle invade somebody. This game's PvP is so bad, though. It's unbearably bad. It's kind of funny in how bad it is, but... Oh, so the boss has to be alive to get invaded. That sucks. So wait, while you're searching, can you be invaded if the boss is alive? Is that how it works? Like, you do that to invade, but then while it's up, you can be invaded? That's kind of cool. If, you know, if only people from chat that are like my power range can invade me, then it's fine. I don't mind getting invaded at all. But I figure if you get invaded by anyone else, it's gonna be these super twinks that have, you know, I'm here with like +6 or +5 or whatever, and they're gonna be +10. And it's just impossible, right? That's just what these games always evolve into. That's why the best time to get into the PvP is when the games first come out. Then you don't have to deal with that. And then and then you have like a higher level character, right? And it's fine. Now we're actually getting an invasion. Oh my god, there's no compass. God damn it, dude, there's no compass. So, like, if he's taking the shortcut, I wouldn't know. There's just, like, no way to tell with that kind of thing. There he is. Please don't be AFK. Oh my god, he's AFK. My brother. For, Castle Cainhurst, though. Boy, he had a lot of health. Amazing invasion. Prey slaughtered. I actually suspect that guy was a lot stronger than me because, one, you probably invade up just like always. And, that took me a long time to kill that guy. If that guy could fight back, I probably would be in trouble. I wonder if you get any reward for just turning in one dreg, because I think Dark Souls 3, if you turn in just one Covenant item, you got something. Did you get inside? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I should have looked. I'll try again. Okay, we're at 62. Does not take insight to use it. Oh, I did get an insight. Okay. So basically, I need to win 2 invasions to pay for itself. I think invasions are going to be pretty damn rare. Let's see. Apparently, though, this is the... So, chat, if people are co-oping, can you invade them in any zone? Yeah, so it's co-op only, and then, like, this area, apparently. And I'm pretty sure there's, like, mobs that you can kill that make it so you can't be invaded or something. Howdy. I don't want to do a Dark Souls 1 jump. I love how he just randomly shoots and I get parried. That right there is Bloodborne PvP, by the way. I like how he missed so hard and I get smacked. God, this is horrible. This is just fucking terrible PvP, dude. This is so garbage. It's just trash. I basically need him to run out of bullets so I can actually attack. And because of the lag, it's like, why are these things parries or not parries? It just makes no sense. What? That makes no sense, dude. And then he just gets to heal over total free. Oh, this is so shit. How are you not out of bullets yet? How is that a parry? What? Oh, this fucking game, dude. The worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, he just gave himself bullets back. Need to bait them out. I'm way ahead on flasks, like it's not even close. How does that fucking hit me? What? I think that was lag. Really skillful combat going on here. He just used a bone ash. And then he gave himself bullets. Like, this game is so parry heavy. They're just trying to get you to attack, and they're just spamming bullets and hoping you happen to attack. Like, that's just 1000% what it is. If you had less healing, it wouldn't be so bad, because you couldn't remake bullets so easily. I'm way ahead on Flash, though, because he keeps making bullets. I actually think he might be out. Nope, not yet. I think he's out of bullets, though. He just made bullets. Got 3 left. 2. He's still got 2 bullets. He's definitely trying to save them.
Very good.
I know, right? 1 bullet. He's out of bullets now. Jesus, how do you still have healing? Because he's made bullets for himself like 4 times. I took a flask each time. Jesus, man. What is this, Demon Souls? Guy reminds me of an Elden Ring player that just does not want to take an L. That's why he's just so like, desperately running away and shit like that, even though we're just fighting. He just keeps doing this. Anything to not die to a player, eh? So all you accomplished there was now your souls are in a horrible location. where you could have just, you know, fought. Jesus Christ, dude. And he was out of flasks, I'm sure. It is time to bid farewell. True. Dude, that was horrible. That's exactly what Bloodborne PvP is, though. It's super mashy and try to just fish for parries because it's so fucking easy to parry people. Oh my god. I basically won that because all that guy knew how to do was spam R1 and spam parry. So I ran him out of bullets and then I could space him and he was never gonna beat me. All right, let's go see if I get anything for the dregs. I'm guessing you need 30. It would take a long time to get 30 kills, but I might try to do it. Be curious what you get from this covenant. Like, if I don't level up, so I'm still in that matchmaking range, I'm sure I'd get it done eventually. I mean, look how long one match took, because there's so much healing, and healing is so free in this game. I'm sure if you get good at the PvP, though, and you get good at, like, parrying their heal, you can finish someone off before they run out of flask. But on just, like, average player level, you're just gonna be that pretty much every time. Whoops. God damn it. Now I have to load and then load. Bloodborne, yeah.
Closest of kin. Bearer
Literally
of
only
blood.
kin. That doesn't make sense.
I welcome thee. What is thy wish? Thy gift pleases us.
Who's us?
Let this reward be thine.
Oh, what we get?
Indulge thyself in our tainted blood.
Are you kidding me? Your first reward for invasions is an emote? Bro. Give me like a weapon. That's probably the last thing, you know, if you get like 30 kills, that's how you probably get something fancy. God damn. Yeah, I bet you there's a weapon. I bet you that's the last reward. Oh, I bet you there's a blood gem too. I very much bet that's so in line with like the kind of reward you got. Because in Dark Souls 3, right? Rosaria's fingers, you get the ring, right? The obscuring ring. And there's no rings in this game, but the equivalent to rings are blood gems. So I bet you get a blood gem. That's probably the mid reward, and the final reward maybe a weapon or something. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna like start fixing some hot dogs because I'm hungry. What do you want from me, Shanna? So, chat, Bloodborne PvP is absolutely the worst, and I'm thinking about it, and I've known this, a lot of people know this, but it's not just because you have a spammable range parry. It's because you have a spammable range parry that has almost no recovery time and does damage. So even if you fail the parry, you shoot them in the face, and there's no poise, so they can't hit you. It's awful. I mean, terrible, terrible gameplay. Because in Dark Souls, Elden Ring, etc., etc., if you try to parry someone and fail, you have decently long recovery frames, and you don't hit them with the parry. So they just punch you in the face, right? So it deters you from trying to parry if you don't actually think you can get a good prediction, right? Where in this game is you can go for a parry and you don't pay for it at all. That's why that guy was just spamming bullets so much, was because there was I couldn't do anything, right? If I predict he's gonna shoot a gun, all I can do is avoid the shot, right? I can't really hit him because it's so fast. It's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. And it's range too, so like you don't have to be good with your spacing, etc, etc. Okay, God, we still need to explore that nightmare more. We need to explore the woods more. Bergenworth or whatever we haven't done, and we have a million Chalice dungeons that we haven't done. Let me look at that. Let's see. I wish it kept track of what you've done and haven't done. So we did this one to completion. And that might actually be it. I'm not sure I've done either of these. And then we've got this one, which we definitely haven't done, and that's depth 4, so that's way more. What's the fuck is an apple? I don't even. I guess we do this one. Oh my god. I won't lie though, I wish our first PvP was against the nameless one, because he was apparently trying to invade me, but I didn't know this, and I didn't know until like after the fact, because I had been online, I'd say like most of my playthrough, but we've been going offline more because anytime I relog, it just takes too long to go online again. And so yeah, he couldn't invade me. When I was in that zone, which is like the one zone you're invadable, I was offline. But yeah, and I don't want a PvP though. I do not want a PvP in this game. But if I wanted to at least do it once, right, to show chat how fucking stupid it is, and it would have been amazing, because I know the evil one would have he would have been spamming parry and he knows what this game is, so he'd be going for that nonsense, and it'd be a good way to show chat like the shenanigans. But all right, let's see. I guess I'll get the gloves. Those might actually look cool with this. Yeah, it's cool. I like that. Fine. Protect our hands. Yeah, that's actually why I thought that zone was actually like Aldred's Faithful, because he said that. Because I wouldn't have thought otherwise. There's nothing PvP-esque about that zone. Actually, if I didn't know anything and you had to ask me, what out of all these zones I've seen, which one can you be invaded in if you're not co-oping, I would have guessed Cainhurst Castle. Definitely not that nightmare one. That's so fucking random. I guess it's because it's a nightmare. Maybe that's the shtick. Like nightmares are going to be like that. If you see any other ones. I would have made it like, well, first off, I just think solo invasions are fine, and they shouldn't get rid of them. You should just have blues on by default, and then the player needs to opt out of blues, right? Because obviously, like, new players need to be protected somewhat, and they need to have something to give them an advantage, right? The big problem they've got, and I think this is why FromSoft is not allowing solo invasions in Elden Ring, is because blues are bad. Right, blues are normally not nearly as good as reds, and they're normally like just bad setups, and they're not very helpful, right? And that's the problem, and I don't think FromSoft knows how to fix that. I know how to fix that though. You just make it so there's a big incentive to being a blue, but you punish. This is so important. You just punish people for losing as a blue. The second you do that, all the casuals won't sign up as a blue. Right? That's the whole issue. Is you have 5 billion casuals signed up as a blue. So the 5 good players signed up as a blue never get summoned. Because here's the thing, I guarantee you, if you got summoned really quickly as a blue, way more good players would do it, right? If the wait time was really short, people would be a dedicated blue. And all you got to do to make the wait time short is get rid of all the morons equipping the blue. Like, that's the thing. There's just no drawback. So every idiot casual PvE player puts blue on, and then the line is just massive, and then you never get summoned as a blue if you're a good player. So no one good does it. I think that would be enough. I think adding a minor drawback to doing it. Because the second, if you could, because seriously, I would even do it some. I'd have a streamer that's like, you know what, let's be a blue, right? If I could just got summoned and summoned and summoned and summoned, like how I can invade and invade and invade and invade. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, let's do a stream where we're just a blue and, you know, see what it's like, right? It'd be way better. Like, it's hard. It is hard, though. You're never going to make the blues as easy to get as the reds from the player perspective, right? Because in order to be a blue, someone else has to be a red, right? So it's just an extra step. So it's always going to be harder to get a game as a blue than as a red. There's almost nothing you can do about that. But you can definitely make it better. Got the firebomb enemies are pretty annoying. You can kind of main blues in Dark Souls 1. Because it works very differently there. This is what I wish they did. Blues need to work, like in Dark Souls 1, the way blues work is fine, but then they also need to be summoned to defend the host as well on top of it. So how they work in Dark Souls 1 is you invade as a blue, but you invade people that are invaders. So you're like, you know, going after them after they've invaded somebody. Now, there's kind of a fun lore thing there. You don't just invade reds. You actually invade people that have discovered Gwendolyn is a fake, that are like just PvE players. So that's a really funny thing. But he sets you up to think that everyone you invade is a red. The problem is there's so many things wrong with it though. Like, one, the reds can just kill their boss and you can't invade them. So, you know, GG, right? Game's over. So yeah, the blues need to be able to invade, you know, people that have killed their boss, but they're a red. But then the other thing you could do is while you're searching for a game, it should be trying to have you blue into a host's world, right, to help them. So if you combine them, I think it'd be really good. This is why I want them to do covenants more, though. I want them to sit down and really think about, okay, what do we want? Because it's obvious what they want is the hunter, prey, protector, like that you might see in old school MMOs, right? They're clearly going for that. And so, like, okay, how can we accomplish that? Because there's a lot of things you need to do with blue, because blues are the things that are fucked, right? Blues are what are flawed and aren't working correctly. Also, what they need to do is you shouldn't be able to get a blue if you have a phantom, right? Like, blues should be for solo hosts. And that's good on so many levels because bringing solo hosts back ups activity, right? Do you realize how good this could be? Get rid of weapon matchmaking and make it so the invader's weapon matches the, you know, the max upgrade of the host, right? So you can't twink on them anymore. That's such a big W, by the way, right? Because like for this, if I got invaded and the invader's weapon upgrade matched mine and their blood gems matched mine, then I don't mind getting invaded like at all, right? But that's not what's going to happen. If I get invaded, they're going to have way better blood gems than me, and they're going to have a maxed out weapon, right? And it's just going to be bullshit, right? So it sucks. And it makes it harder to learn, right? You're at a disadvantage when you don't know a game, you're not used to the PvP in a game anyway, but then if the enemy has a stat advantage on you, then it's just like fucking impossible. But anyway, yeah, so blues need to only get summoned in the worlds that are, you know, solo, and then you need to make them just way better. Okay, what the hell is going on in here? And adding a deterrent to being bad as a blue, I think, really would fix a lot. And like reds aren't right now. Red players in Elden Ring wasn't really a thing in Dark Souls 3, but the fuck game. But in Elden Ring, people get really frustrated with blues, and it's because there's already so many things in the host advantage. Because how it kind of goes now, because you can only invade people that already have Phantom. So normally you invade someone, and there's no room for a blue anyway, right? Like, they're not even there. So what happens is you invade some guy with his phantom buddies, and it's a whole ordeal, you know, trying to kill them. And you kill the phantom buddies, and then he gets blues, right? After his buddies die, right? And it's just, that's infuriating, right? So that's why the blues need to only be for solo hosts, so that kind of crap doesn't happen. Okay, I was trying not to flask. I have to get my food here in a second, but these sat guys are pretty tough. Okay, I lied. Oh yeah, I bet you I can upgrade my axe now. Yeah, no Covenants in Elden Ring sucks. So sucks. Bloodborne has them, and Elden Ring doesn't. Hopefully they'll come back in the next game, though. Although I really do think the next game is going to be a Sekiro, you know, really experimental one. Yeah, that's fair. Second, like, super fast animation there. Can we do that? Can we have firebombs? But yeah, I suspect the next game is going to be really experimental. And it could be experimental where they want to do more with the online, but it could also just be like a solo game like Sekiro. There's all kinds of options. Oh, this looped around. And I'm looking forward to the next game that's experimental, but not nearly as much because it might be another game like Sekiro that I'm not that interested in. Because to be honest, the multiplayer, other than, you know, Bloodborne's multiplayer, but the multiplayer is overwhelmingly the reasons I like these games. I don't like all the trial and error PvE bullshit. I'm not really into that. But I love the PvP mixed with PvE. That's like my whole shtick. And I love being able to pick, like, hey, I like axes and I like, you know, claymore type weapons and stuff. I get to use those, and you get to pick your fashion and all that. Where Sekiro, it's like, okay, no online, no weapon variety. You have to be a weeb. You know, that's a huge turnoff for me. Because I really, this sounds so mean, but dude, when it comes to pure PvE, I don't like how FromSoft does it very much. You know, I like Dark Souls 3 well enough, but I don't like it nearly as much as Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry. I really don't. Like, I don't think FromSoft is that good at doing this third-person action stuff that much. They rely on trial and error to the point of absurdity, right? So if I want to play a third-person action game, I don't really want to play Sekiro. I want to play Ninja Gaiden. I want to play Devil May Cry. Now maybe that'll change. You know, maybe they're gonna make an action game at some point that I'm like, oh my god, this PvE is amazing, but for FromSoft, the PvE they make that I really like is Armored Core. That's, you know, the stuff they make that I can just play regardless of the PvP. But Souls really ain't it. And I like it, you know, I like the PvE. You know, if they make a game with, like, if they made Medieval Souls, right, and there's no multiplayer, I'd play it, right? I would play it. I wouldn't play it as much as I play Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 because without the multiplayer, but, you know, I'd still play it. I think we'll get DMC 6. I think the series did so well with DMC 5 that I think it'll come back. Okay, so we unlocked the door, but I don't remember ever seeing the door, but maybe it was just at the start. Dude, these Chalice dungeons are terrible. I just, good god, they're bad. I think one way to make them a lot better is don't try to make them, because they're trying to make them, like, interesting, right, with, like, the level layout, which is just making them a convoluted, repetitive mess. Don't do that. What they need to do is make them like a roguelike. You know, you beat the room, and then you get a choice of what kind of room to go and what kind of reward to get. That is just way better, right? Like, fuck trying to make an intricate level in a procedurally generated 3D game, right? Not gonna happen. So yeah, that I think they need to scrap. Like, that really is what's happening, is they're trying to make it like this fun maze, and just, holy shit, it's shit. Holy shit, it's shit. That's a sentence. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna get my food here. Man, I want to invade Cainhurst Castle, though. That's cool. Okay, chat, explain something to me. Hot dog toppings. Why is regular relish really good and sweet relish is really bad? And everyone, like, sweet relish is the common one. I don't understand. I don't eat hot dogs, so I don't know. But if you go to like a restaurant or something, if you get a hot dog, it's always sweet relish. And it's bad. When you go to the store to buy relish, they sell way more sweet relish than regular relish. Mustard is fine. Like, mustard's great. But I do, if it's regular relish and mustard, that's like my favorite. And like jalapenos, that's really good. I apologize for eating on stream, chat, but I am fucking hungry, so. This is the first sentence I hear when I started watching. What the hell did I miss? We're talking about hot dog toppings. This is very important. I don't know what relish even is. Kind of like cut up pickles, I guess, like really small pickle bits. Man, a lot of my chat hates hot dogs, apparently. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not actually eating hot dogs. I'm eating a sausage. It's very similar to hot dogs, but you know, I'll just call it a hot dog. Good guy 2-packed. $33, by the way. Chat, can you invade Chalice dungeons? I assume no, due to like this whack nature of them. Holy hell. Look at this texture quality. Like on the moss. My god. You can, but not all of them. So I assume the preset ones you can invade, the random ones you cannot. That might be the worst texture quality I've ever seen in a Souls game. Like, there's some bad textures in Dark Souls 1, but wow. Things you notice while waiting around here. I'm almost done eating, chat. So far, none of the Chalice dungeons have really had good boss fights, so let's see what this one's got. So chat, Logarius is my, like, favorite and least favorite fight in this game so far. Because, like, it's nice that he's more difficult. And a lot of his melee attacks and stuff are interesting to figure out. But then there's just a bunch of bullshit that doesn't need to be there. So it's like, I don't know how to feel about that fight. Like, it's almost a good fight, but there's a lot of nonsense. You can invade Chalice dungeons, but only the non-preset ones. Oh, so I have it backwards. That is so weird. Yeah, I would think it's the other way around. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that. What happens if you're in one of those bullshit Chalice dungeons that has no lamp in it, and you get invaded and you're killed? Does you go back to the Hunter's Dream? Can you be rescued that way? Mayonnaise on a hot dog. I don't know about that one. There's an option to enable it when you make them, I see. Yeah, I'm not a mayonnaise guy. I don't like mayonnaise on anything. All right, I'm done eating, chat. Back to war. Door that leads to door that leads to door. There's so much of that in these Chalice dungeons. Oh boy. He's like a pyromancer. Doesn't seem to have a lot of health. Oof. Chad, I was supposed to fight this guy a long time ago, wasn't I? I feel like this guy would make a good tutorial boss. I mean, hell, you could make this a mini boss. Like, that honestly should be a mini boss. See, this is kind of what I'm talking about. If that was a mini boss, like a champion enemy trash mob you fight throughout a level, that's kind of a fun moveset to dodge around and deal with. You know, kind of like a Lothric Knight in Dark Souls 3, right? That would be better served that way. He is a mini boss. Well, I mean, in here he's not. Maybe he will be later. But in here, that was literally the fucking floor boss. Yeah, I killed him. What of it, huh? You gonna call the cops on me? Huh? The beast police? All bosses before the final one are mini bosses. Yeah, we are. Oh shit. Been found out, chat. A bluff's been called. Chat. I just refreshed half of my health and got 1 Blund Vial. And to do that, I had to go through 2 loading screens. Like, look how long that just took. Where in every other game, you just sit at the lamp or the bonfire or the grace and you're done. Like, what the fuck? What was it? Why does it need to be like this? I really don't understand the blood vial system. It's just awful. I guess I should send that up in case I die. Anybody in here? So, chat, from what I understand, you know, like most procedurally generated stuff, you know, these have, like, seeds. And so people go out there and discover seeds and, like, share seeds with the community if they find a good one, right? But from what I understand, what the community really does is they go through the chalices and hunt down good seeds that aren't really good, that are broken, right? They're looking for RNG stages that, like, the enemies kill themselves, or there's an OPP salute that's super easy to get, or whatever, right? So it's just shit. Like, it's just shit. Like, they're cycling through seeds trying to find something, you know, dumb. Like, oh my god, dude. Yeah, I know some people, I think, have found a way to manipulate the seeds and stuff on, like, cracked PlayStations and whatnot, so you can get farther than that. But I know there's a lot of, like, legit, you know, searching for this kind of stuff. I mean, I think this system could have been really awesome, but is not implemented well. Is that armor? Oh shit, this is armor. Huh. So, I guess this ancient civilization... This kind of answers my question earlier. I guess they were experiencing all this Blood Cthulhu nonsense a long time ago. And, like, they built this civilization a long time ago, and they were in, like, a medieval period. I don't know. Most of the jank's not very charming. I would say the charming parts of the game is just, like, you got cool weapons... And, you know, the story and the aesthetic and the music, right? That's the good stuff. So far, all of the jank has just been bad and detracted from the experience. Like, the way blood vials are done is just garbage. And what's really just terrible about blood vials is they're actually worse if you're bad at the game. I've never had to farm them. I've never had to farm them. And it's still dumb, right? But someone that's, you know, as good as me or better, right? It's essentially going to function like flasks in Dark Souls 1. And if you're worse than me, it's just gonna make you have to do a bunch of tedious crap. So why not just make it like Dark Souls 1? Like, what the, just the fuck, right? It just detracts from the experience, and there's a lot of stuff like that. It's like, why do I have to go through so many loading screens to just refresh? Right, like, why? It's just bad. And like, a lot of the shortcuts are bad. A lot of the boss runs are bad. You know, this kind of jank, I do not find nice. You know, it is just straight up bad and makes the experience worse. And it detracts from... you know, this awesome aesthetic the game has, and the you know, the cool story and the cool weapons. It absolutely just takes away from it. Yep, that's fair. Just the millisecond I go through the door, I get grabbed by something on the roof. Nice trial and error game. And I like how then the rat's AI is just being janky as fuck and is coincidentally standing to make it hard for me to get the, you know, move away and heal. It's not like the AI is good and is trying to do that. Well, I guess that answers if slimes are in this game or not. I love how that's not hitting somehow. What? How the fuck? Bro, how is this not hitting? Dude's right in front of me. God, dude. Oh, man. Pebble. Best loot ever. I'm just expecting them to gank me with the slime again. Ladder check. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Twitch is really rough on mobile. I'm surprised it's so bad. There's such a big website. You think they'd get that sorted out? What is making all that noise, man? Something above me? I feel like I'm gonna open this door and it's just gonna be nonsense. Look, you can see under the crack a little bit. What is it? Like, how you would think they wouldn't be aggro when the door's closed. Of course. But anyway, and if they're not by the door, I was gonna say, then why are they making all that noise? One day. But I'd actually be surprised if there's no mimics in this game. Oh, shit. Drawbridge. Is there like a switch in here somewhere? Man, I wish we could have the cool medieval armor. uh God damn it, Dark Souls 1 jump. So confused as to what's making all that dog noise. The guy in that cage. Is there a switch that I overlooked or something? Do you mind? You're not even a special enemy. You're literally the mook. Dude's out here busting out of a coffin or something. Well, not really sure what the game wants me to do here. Considering this thing's face, I guess it used to be human. Yikes. Wait, is this open? Why is this open? What? What the fuck? What was the point of any of that then? Okay, we still need the switch for that. Yeah, side area with a bridge that's just like stuck there. Chat, this game especially, I hate the Dark Souls 1 because the Dark Souls 1 jump, because you might be running like this, then you want to go into like a dash, you know, the dodge, but it's just so likely that's going to result in you jumping. Well, that's an enemy type. Hey, look, exactly what I described. Motherfucker. Look at this guy just leaping in like a fuck. That's such a strange attack. These are like weird ghoul guys. And they have like weird space-time effects. God, Lords of the Fallen, man. I played that like day one a little bit and I just hated it. That horrible optimization, and like when you would roll like, you know, twice as far as this, and it's like, why? It's just all, oh my god, that game was so fucking awkward. I wanted to like that game because the aesthetic's cool, and it had like lots of really, really, really awesome armor, but I just hated it. And like the whole lamp gimmick, and you can't, I don't think anyone can argue this. They only put that in the game to try to not be such a direct copy of Dark Souls, right? They're like, look, we've got a unique spin where you have a dumb lantern. And so instead of being able to just attack this enemy, you have to use the lantern first and then attack the enemy. Or instead of just being able to walk across this bridge, you have to use the lantern and then walk across the bridge, right? It's just bad. But it does have a great aesthetic. It really does. I don't know if the boss fights are all that good or anything. I didn't get that far. I've watched other people play it and stuff, but I rage quit that game pretty quick because it was optimized like trash and the movement felt horrible and it was such a mess. I've heard though they fixed up the optimization a lot. I think I refunded it. So if it goes like massively on sale, I'll probably try it again. But just the dodge felt so bad. Like you like jetted you forward so much. And like the R1s were so floaty and stuff. It was whack, man. I want to like it though because again the aesthetic, it had so many armor sets that just looked amazing. Reddit mod coming at me here. That dog arrived. Okay, so that was the boss door. So, chat, this is not a random dungeon, right? This is a handcrafted one. So there has to be a way to get that bridge down. Because that was so stupid. Now, if it is a random one, then I guess maybe not, but... It's handcrafted. It is very poorly handcrafted, apparently. Sir. What? Pay attention to me. Or not? The hand was very skillful. What is the point of this room? I could understand like dud rooms like this if it was procedurally generated, but it's not. So I don't get it. Bloody sack. This does seem like a complete dead end though. Strange game. I will say though, I'll give Lords of the Fallen this. They were, how do I put this? So most Souls-like games that are not made by FromSoft are very low budget, and as such, they can't really do anything innovative at all. Lords of the Fallen is one of the few Souls-like games that at least had some kind of budget behind it, so they could theoretically try some stuff. And I think they did. You know, there is some stuff where they're doing things very differently than FromSoft. But they just seem to have done a bad job. Again, like, the rolling feels so bad. Like, you move way too far. When you do the R1, you, like, launched forward so much. There's so many things that were bad about it. But, you know, they are, you know... I would like to see some innovation in this genre. There's basically none. Which I think is bad. It's not really about if the game's good or not. That's not what I mean. I mean if it's, you know, got the budget to be innovative. Because Lies of P is not very innovative. It's one of the few Souls-likes that I think has been well received. That's not made by FromSoft, right? And like the movement feels good, the attack animations work, and that kind of stuff. But as far as I know, really the only innovative thing about it is, you know, the like the parry and block stuff, right? They're not reinventing the wheel here. I don't know if I care about this place enough to try to figure out how to get that bridge down, but like, what if there's good loot? I feel like these early Chalice dungeons just cannot have that good of loot. So, it can't be that big of a deal. It is weird though that that bridge just seemed so, like, I looked around, there was nothing to lower that bridge. Seemed like, maybe it's just like a switch that was really hard to see. Keeper of the Old Lords. So I guess he's related to that dog. Nice hat. I think they've got a katana. Jesus. I mean, their drip's pretty great. Oh. Excuse me. Really? All of that and I just get one shot? Like technically it was two shot, but it comboed, so it was essentially a one shot. Going great, no problems, you know, pretty, again, feels more like an elite enemy from Dark Souls 3 than a boss, and then, okay, now you're dead. Yeah, that might have been a lady. It's hard to tell. Normally witch hats are ladies, but you got like the wizard hat too, right? Both are good, by the way, and it's a shame that they're so rare in video games. Like, why is like the Merlin archetype so fucking rare? It's so good and it's never used. Messed up, man. Poison knife. I swear at some point I'm gonna use those. There hasn't been an enemy that's that tanky, you know, so there hasn't been a lot of like need for that. I hope you can get this hat. I mean, the whole set would be nice, but I feel like they're not gonna let you get it. There's so little fashion in this game. Like, you're gonna be John Bloodborne and you're gonna like it. This boss hits so hard. I'm just being impatient. That is so fast. I wasn't even doing a charged R2, I was doing a tapped R2. Dude, I don't understand how the range on that R1 is so bad. Like, it's weird. Oh. Pretty much always dodge sideways. Why am I attacking that way? What the fuck? Drop your hat! They did not drop their hat! Blood shards, though. Twin blood shards. I need those. Root chalice. I don't know what the hell that means. Oh, you can buy their... Oh, shit! I might make like a witch character. That'd be cool. Do witch and blood tinge. Nothing says witch like a fucking cannon. Let's go. That's pretty sick. Got like a cool mask on it. They made out of bone. Oh, wow. These mine the slumbering great ones. We still haven't really seen any of this. Well, I mean, there was the weird spider guy boss that we fought. Ogmadala. I don't know if that was a great one, though. It's kind of just funky thing. Anyway, wow, they gained eternal life. Jesus. Bird in ashen form. Wow, so those guys are, old as hell. Certain sin. So I guess this is like some ancient society that was very aware of these great ones, the outer gods, whatever. It seems like the common man doesn't seem to really know about them now. Like the church, because the church isn't like letting people know about that stuff, right? The church seems to be like, damn, it's like ring wraith arm. I am so making a character that's going to use this set. That's sick. Yeah, we got like ring wraith gauntlets. Love it. Very cool. The arcane lost art. Yeah, this is a bit more. This is a set you could very much see in Dark Souls, because like this is like armor underneath the stuff. Older than thou.